Why, hello there, and welcome back to the ECS Stage 2 of playoffs. Tonight we have got a cracker of a matchup. This is the final matchup to determine which one of these two squads is actually going to progress further towards that third and final stage. This evening, we have got Paragon versus PG Tips. I almost wanted to say BG, but that would have been something completely different. Either way, the story of today's particular matchup is you are only as good as your last match. And both of these two squads, they are looking oh so very scary, oh so very dominant and dastardly hungry for their spot in that third stage of playoffs. In case if you guys need a little bit of a short recap as to what exactly happened in the past couple of days, well, it was actually Paragon who managed to unfortunately take the L against the last resort. That particular series was an absolutely outstanding one that went literally the full distance. We saw all three maps in play, and basically when it came down to the very last map, when it came down to Consulate, the 11th hour, it was a 7-7 score line, and TLR were able to edge it out and claim that spot all to themselves. And as such, well, one can only actually start to imagine the roles could have definitely been reversed. Paragon could have immediately booked themselves a ticket into that third stage, and TLR could have had to play this evening, but that's all in an alternate reality. And on the opposite side of the spectrum, well, PG Tips, in case if you missed yesterday's matchup, they went up against AYB, and AYB, they managed to take the first map of the evening. And then PG Tips decided to buckle down, put themselves to good work, really, and then just, pull off a nice little reverse sweep. Clean and easy, and that was that. And as such, well, they have their last shot at redemption. Keep in mind that everything right here in stage number 2 is double elimination. So both of these two squads that are participating in tonight's matchup are still hungry and are still, well, left with tons and tons of fight in them, and they're not ready to back down just yet. But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's actually go ahead and bring on your two casters for this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure that you can actually get ready to spam He's Greedy on the streets and Creamy in the sheets, and then get yourself a nice little doll plushie of a kangaroo as well, because, well, it's Kangaroo Kenny and McCready. How are the two of you guys doing?
I'm really annoyed at the moment. I think that's the only way to say it. But I'm very excited to see this game go through. Actually, that little game you were talking about with Paragon and the Last Resort, I was casting it myself with Whippet, so Paragon, there's a lot behind them. There's a lot that they can do, and I'm very excited to see how they can improve, because that Oregon game, I truly believe if they had that little bit of adaptation, well, then they could have won it all down. Like you said, it came down to that 1 versus 1, the last 30 seconds on Consulate. Well, it could have gone either way, and realistically, Paragon, they had a strong chance each time.
Yeah, Paragon have come so close, so often in the playoffs so far, and if they just have that composure to be able to edge out a map, the final 2 maps in that game against TLR, they were 6-3 up on both maps. Yes, they ended up winning one of the overtimes 8-7, but if I'm PG Tips, there's obviously a lot of complacency that Paragon have on their side, and if the rounds start to rack up in Paragon's favour, if I was PG Tips, I wouldn't get disheartened by that. That would probably fuel me more, because I know that they get comfortable and they expect themselves to win because they've already taken this massive advantage, and then they just feel like they can coast through to the map victory. But as we've seen, 2 maps have gone 8-7, and it comes down to the wire most of the time with Paragon. Their game against Maker's Academy, that went the distance. That went map 3, and they won that one in overtime as well. So Paragon, I think they just have to keep themselves level no matter the scoreline. If they're able to exhibit that kind of, just keep their heads level throughout any round, this might be a Paragon victory. But I'm excited to see PG Tips obviously coming off with their victory against AYB. They have strats up their sleeve. I like to see the slight innovation that PG Tips have. They don't have an authentic playstyle, and I like to see, especially with the addition of Sparkins coming from Team Manic over to their side, he is a really solid support, and I think that's kind of a solidarity that PG Tips needed.
Yeah, definitely so. Sparkins is one of the great additions to the side of PG Tips, despite the fact that they had quite a couple of roster shakeups compared to when they were previously known as Luxaro last season to now, where you know, the entire roster has been actually shaken up so massively, and they're still able to perform. They're still able to power their way through the actual standard regular divisions, as well as now getting themselves so darn close to that final stage of playoffs. It's really, really massive to see that they were able to overcome so many hurdles. But there is still one hurdle that needs to be overcome, and that is obviously taking down Paragon. Now, obviously, these two squads, they met up once previously, not too very long ago, McCready, and that was on Thursday the 18th. So as things stand right now, well, Kangaroo Kenny also already said that this matchup is going to come down to the wire, but both of these two squads, well, they're out for revenge, they're out for blood, and one of them is unfortunately going to have to go home packing after tonight.
Yeah, like we said, Kenny, you spoke a little bit about how there was that adaptation in the playstyle, which I think is really going to come in key. Paragon, in that last match that we saw against the Last Resort, when they were unfortunately unable to win it out, there was simple little things that they could do, simple little changes that could have just changed the round and could have made it go a completely different way. Because the Last Resort, once they found something that worked, they stuck to it, because they knew Paragon weren't going to change up what they were doing. And because of that, well, Paragon just started hemorrhaging rounds. The main worry for me, if I'm on Paragon right now, is if PG Tips are able to do that as well. Because they can adapt. They can find that advantage and keep working with it. And most importantly, find the adaptation needed to keep driving it home. So that's the big thing I want to see. But the maps, they're really going to play into how we see this game.
Oh yeah, definitely so. So with that being said, before we actually go ahead and take a look at the rosters tonight between these two squads, let's go ahead and jump into the actual map video, because I'm pretty sure you guys in Twitch chat are really, really eager to see exactly which battlegrounds we'll be visiting this evening. So the first two bands coming out are going to be Villa as well as Theme Park. Keep in mind that while the season is still active, Chalet has not yet been introduced. At the start of next season, Chalet will work its way into our current map pool here at ECS. But regardless about that actual side tangent, the first two picks that are instantly coming out are Cafe and Consulate. It's also really, really interesting to see exactly how comfortable PG Tips feel with actually bringing out Consulate this time around against Paragon, given the previous results, given Paragon's previous performance against TLR on Consulate as well. So that is something that we're going to have to actually bite into and digest a little bit as well. Clubhouse and Coastline are the next to go, and our decider map will be Oregon. So, Kenny, I'm going to go ahead and point the actual first question over towards you. This Consulate pick coming out from PG Tips, do you think it was the right call, or do you think that Lexaro, or former Lexaro, PG Tips, do you think that this current map pick could potentially backfire later on?
I wholeheartedly believe this is a good pick from PG Tips. From what I saw in the matchup between Paragon and Last Resort on Consulate, I was not a fan of how either team played that map. I thought it was the map was played on a very basic style, and it kind of showed to me that neither team are really that comfortable on Consulate. They don't have much variation in what they can do. They can't really change up which side of the map they're attacking. There are a lot of the garage basement attacks. Pretty much every single attack was a flat basement, a flat garage wall take. There was no attempt of a roam clear. There was no attempt at trying to get vertical control, establish those angles down into the bomb site, which basically make garage an awful site to defend. If you lose the floor in piano above an antechamber above the site, there's nowhere to sit in sight. And neither team wanted to show that. And I think that PG Tips, they can really exploit that weakness in Paragon's Consulate.
Okay. I'm loving the in-depth analysis that you've been able to provide for us, and hopefully PG Tips are moving into that second map as well with the exact same kind of mindset. But McCready, Cafe, how does this particular map speak to you? Being Paragon's actual initial pick, do you think that it is the right choice for them? Do you think that they should have potentially visited a different battleground altogether? What are your thoughts on that initial Cafe pick coming out from Paragon?
I think the way that we're seeing Paragon picking this Cafe is they say to themselves, okay, well, we played against the Last Resort Academy, a very strong team coming into the playoffs as they are going into that Stage 3. They've already secured their spot, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So they're saying, okay, well, if we've beaten them already, then let's go to Kav Dostoevsky. We had a lot of the momentum moving forward. It was us picking up the rounds and the Last Resort trying to catch up and keep pace each and every single time. And then at the end of the day, Paragon were able to win it. My biggest thought then is when we do actually look at that console, I want to go back to that a little bit more from the mental perspective. That's where Paragon lost it all out. That 1 versus 1, that max OT, that's heartbreaking. That really is, as a player, you go into it and you say, you don't want to see that again. You don't want to go through that. If you can push it to a different map, you want to. Which is why I think PG Tips have done the right decision by banning off Coastline and leaving Oregon for that last map. Because that's the first map Paragon and PG Tip played. We're seeing all the 3 same maps, just in different orders. And overall, I think the way that it's been picked is definitely stacking over towards PG Tips. Well, especially when you take into account Consulate. They've picked that map as the second one, and then it's straight to Oregon, where Paragon have lost. So they've gone out the gate early, picking up KAF Dostoevsky. They've played quite well on it, and they've adapted quite well. They've been able to lock down things. When they do the basics right, they do excel. But can PG Tips adapt enough?
That is the question that we will have to answer this evening. Can PG Tips adapt, and can Paragon actually thread the needle when it matters most? With that being said, and actually having discussed our map vetoes, let's go ahead and take a look at all of the 10 players which will be stacking up against each other in the server this evening. On the side of Paragon, 5 players that you should already know and love by now. We've got Bailey, Taps, Milo, Kaz, Dilly. On the opposite side of the spectrum, we've got Tex, Strollo, Frenzy, Rep, Sparkins, as well as Instinct. Now, with that being said, well, we've got almost all 10 players already in the lobby on standby, waiting for the last couple of hours to actually cascade in through all chat. So don't you worry over there in Twitch chat. We are just about ready to actually hop right into the action itself. But before we do so, McCready, I'm going to start off with you. And this is always the most lovey-dovey kind of part of the broadcast. It is namely predictions. I want to hear your thoughts. Who do you think is going to take this particular best of 3 series? Obviously, both teams, they're out for blood. But who are you backing?
I think that I'm going to go through as you ask for the predictions. I think I'm going to say a 2-1 to PG Tips on this. Kenny, he's given a lot of analysis, he's given a lot of thought process behind it and said, well, these are the reasons on the actual map. And I've also then spoken about the actual mentality. I feel like the way that Paragon are picking KAF Dostoevsky, they're showing their card early. Because as soon as that's done, they're going to Consulate, then they're going to Oregon. Honestly, I see this being a 2-1 to PG Tips. If not a 2-0.
Okay. Kenny, your thoughts. Who do you think is going to take the dub?
I think that Cafe heavily favours Paragon. I think they take the first map. I think Consulate will be where the game is won or lost. I really think that PG Tips have to step up on Consulate. Otherwise, if they don't bring themselves from what I predict to be a first map loss on Cafe, because that is, in my opinion, Paragon's best map, we could see a 2-0.
Okay. You know what? I think I might actually have to go ahead and back up Kenny on this one as well. I think his head is definitely in the right place. But without further ado, we're just about ready to actually hop into the matchup itself. Obviously, in the red corner, we've got PG Tips. In the blue corner, we've got Paragon. This is going to be the rematch of the century, ladies and gentlemen. All to play for. The loser is going to have to go home packing, and the winner is going to be able to advance further into that stage 3 of our playoff season and actually have a shot at the juicy prize pool that we have got. 800 euros are up for grabs, and both of these 2 squads, they want a piece of the pie. Our opening map is going to be Cafe, so off to the 2 of you, McCready, Kangaroo Kenny. Have fun and take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Doodles. And as we look at this map, I think the map bans, they're going to be very, very crucial. Not the map bans, so the operator bans. Because we look at this, and there's a lot of opportunities for Paragon to read into PG Tips. Because we've seen before, they banned away that Valkyrie consistently, which was a huge, huge operator for the side of the last resort. If they do that work, if they look towards PG Tips and see a huge problem like that, well, then they can take it away. They can have something prepared to deal with it. But as we go in, let's take a look at these community predictions. Paragon very much favouring the community vote at the moment. PG Tips, unfortunately, not on the same kind of level. But the operator bans, Kenny, just take us through them.
Well, Paragon exhibit a heavy presence on the defense with shields and bulletproof utility. One of the staple marks of that is the Goyo, and I wouldn't be surprised to see PG Tips ban that out last. But as they start on defense, they do get that first attacker ban, and it's interestingly not the Thatcher. It's going to be the Nomad that Paragon love to run to be able to solidify their red stairs flank. And even air jab off pixel doors, so there's no potential for a rotate out into piano from the defenders late round. But with that new change to mute and his interaction with air jabs and claymores, I think that air jabbing, say, pixel door is not that efficient anymore, because most teams will place a mute jammer on the Whitehall side of the pixel door.
You're being called out, Kenny. They've told you to analyze that Ying ban. So do you wanna give that a little bit of a crack, or are we just going to talk about the mirror coming out?
I don't know why they've banned Ying. Ying is a very strong operator on Cafe, sorry. But that means that Thatcher is still up. And a lot of defenses on Cafe rely on a Thatcher being banned out. So those ADSs can't be disabled from the roof. The reason why a bar defense is so strong with a Thatcher ban, with Thatcher on the board, you can EMP all the utility from the roof. You don't have to expose yourself to disable those ADSs, those were Midas, the mute jammers, for 10 seconds. So, a strong ban there.
Yeah, now that Thatcher getting through, like you said, Dilly picking up on it almost immediately, I think it might be Paragon saying, well, they didn't ban Thatcher. They took away the Nomad. Let's ban something that they might use, but we definitely won't. It doesn't line up it doesn't fit into our lineup. So now you've got the Thatcher, you've got Milo bringing that, and suddenly the bottom floor, that's going to be a lot harder to deal with. A lot of that defensive round, the playstyle depends on bogging down the attackers, forcing them onto roam clears and stopping them from getting that vertical control. That with a Thatcher on the board, well, that just simply doesn't matter. And then when we look towards the top floor, which we are going to be heading to, well, that red wall, that can get opened up so much easier. Any utility just isn't going to stand a chance against one of those EMPs. You can clear out Pixel really easily, you can clear out Longbar and start to push for the plan. The question is, how do Paragon want to use this Thatcher? That's what I want to look at. The Maestro ban, though, I think that's just a target ban coming out from PG Tips. They've seen Dilly with that ACS 12, and honestly, I have to thank them. That was incredibly scary when you're looking at it. The Drum of War, I think myself and Whippet called it.
Yeah, the ACS 12 is one of those guns. It reminds me of the SR25 back in the Blackbeard meta days. It's one of those guns that just sounds terrifying. It's SR25, the Buck DMR, and the ACS 12. It just strikes fear. The second you press mouse 1, it's just booming across the map. And that being taken off the board, as well as those Evil Eyes, means that there's less utility that the attack needs to clear. So there's flexibility in the potential lineup. You may be able to drop that Ashe for an IQ pick, because as we spoke previously, a Valkyrie ban could come out, but it hasn't. And spotting out those Black Eye cams is going to be pivotal in being able to win out these attacks, because we saw in the TLR Rocket game, and basically every TLR game that they played where Valkyrie's not banned, they get so much use out of the intel that they gain from those Black Eye cams.
Yeah, it's something that realistically on Kaf Dostoevsky you can't discount, because those Black Eye cameras, they're going to be everywhere, but we don't have to worry about it now. Or we don't have to worry about it so much against the Last Resort, you have to worry about it against PG Tips. Frenzy is going to be giving a reason to worry about it. Playing in the bakery, which I don't think Paragon know about. And you've also got Textrolo on that Pillars area. You can see Frenzy will be going for the run out, will be able to take some damage, and won't be able to find a kill. Bailey with that Sludge L85 will find the kill, will find the opening kill of this game, and most importantly, will find the Valkyrie. So suddenly that's a C4 off the board. Rep is able to find an equal, and will find another one playing in this piano stage. But the big problem now is that you've isolated yourself. You have to get out to Pixel, and Paragon aren't even contesting it. They're slowly jumping into red stairs, and they're being very, very careful about pushing on forward.
Rep utilizing that 1.5 scope on the heavy hitting Frost SMG. And here we see the effectiveness of the Thatcher. Just one EMP goes out, all ADS is disabled on Pixel, a frag grenade, there you go, dealt with. You don't need to go through the routine of burning 3 ADSs. It's done in a jiffy. So Pixel Shield gone. That means that Rep's going to have to fall back into Whitehall. But PG Tips, they're good on man count. They still have 4 players alive. Paragon are only down to 3, and there's not much room that they're able to work with because their Hibana's gone. They're only hard breach. And their attack strategy now is just walk through bar. There's no intel by the looks of it on the Sledge's position of Bailey in the middle of bar, and he almost finds the head of Sparkins, sorry, but he's dealt with from the crossfire from Freezer. And Milo trades back onto the Goyo player, and it's all down to Milo now. Takes a heavy boatload of damage from the pixel door, and Sparkins should have been dead, not dead. He gets the final kill, and PG Tips get their first defense on Cafe, looking rather strong.
Yeah, now we talked about that Thatcher ban and seeing that on, or the lack of a Thatcher ban, and seeing that on Kaf Dostoyevsky, well, that just makes you think a lot of it's going to come down to the gunfights, and that's what PG Tips, they realized, and they played into quite a bit. They were able to find the opening couple of kills with Rep, who then just pulled back. There was no contest from Paragon. They did not try and get the map control to follow up. They essentially just dropped in, cleared out the utility the same way you would if you haven't just lost 2 players. Huge job from Rep there to bring it back and get that player advantage, and then you just pull back. You just hold, you wait for the push because it has to come out. Like you said, you've taken away the Dilly and the hard breach. So, what are Paragon going to do other than flood into the site? That's when you saw the collapse coming in onto that long bar. That's when you saw Sparkins just going for the kill, getting a C4 round, not landing it. But at the same time, you know exactly where they are. The double peak follows, and suddenly that round is over. Moving down to the bottom floor, though, PG Tips, they have the opportunity to keep this going. Now, you've got Rep with that Mozzie Pest. Well, that just shuts down the droning, and most importantly says, if there's a pest upstairs, well, then simply put, you have to clear us out. You do not have a choice about what you're going to do, especially with the Vigil on the board. There has to be a roam clear. You can't neglect it. You have to check every single nook and cranny that's on the board. And Paragon, they're going to have to do this, assuming they don't want to possibly sub to that vertical play in train. And they just want to push through into Bakery, get that wall open with those EMPs, and start moving in. But like I said, that exposes you to the vertical play. Paragon, they've got a lot of ways to approach this, and there's only a couple I think are going to be classified as the right way.
It's going to be interesting how the interaction with the Thatcher is dealt with by the wall denial on PG Tips' defense. They have the Mute and the Cade, which in traditional defenses, they're utility, wall denial, that are just set down and forgot about, and then you can play a different position. And one EMP can knock those out. It doesn't force the attack to have to go top down, but that looks to be Paragon's attack strategy. Even though they have the Thatcher available, they're going to be walking into the PG Tips' defense. This is what PG Tips want. As you spoke about, they've got that trifecta of the drone denial, the Mute, Mozzie, and Vigil, and Frenzy positioned in bar. Already evades one drone, shoots it away, and drops. And Rep is there for support to get the opening frag onto Taps. The Ash goes down, 3 breaching rounds, shouldn't be much of an issue as Sledge is still alive to be able to exert vertical control. But running up the red stairs, Frenzy, he almost kills Milo, but whiffs a few of the shots and leaves that Thatcher on 1 health point. So PG Tips, a successful roam so far, wasting time, almost half of the round gone, and Tex Rolo still persists inside of Train.
Yes, now what we're seeing from PG Tips is they're just wanting to cause as many issues as possible. Half the round is gone, and you're currently in a 4 versus 4. Dilly is pushing through and has taken away one of those pests, and in doing so has given Textrolo that information. Somebody is nearby. You can hear the sprinting, you can hear the playing. Paragon, they don't know that there's a player there, but they're just going to rotate around. They've got that top floor control, now they're pulling back and want to get the bakery open. They've lost a player, so that's simply saying, okay, we don't want to deal with it. Bailey is going to be sprinting through. Still doesn't know. Won't be able to win that gunfight. Textrolo finding that kill to get another player advantage for PG Tips. Suddenly, this bakery is going to get open with the 3 players of Paragon. No top floor control. PG Tips, they're in a great power position at the moment. They don't have the vertical to use, but any information coming out from their team will just shut things down. That code check angle from Instinct is still there, so anyone trying to push through will have a difficult time, but not before Cass is able to find a refrag and picks up Sparkins. 3 versus 3, 30 seconds ticking down, the smoke canisters are going off. Dilly, recognizing that problem position from Kochek, is going to start pushing in. Milo getting taken down by Rep, going to finish the job that Frenzy started, but the C4's not going to go through. Dilly's going to find the kill, start getting this plant down. Kaz on that support, looking to find the kills with the aggression, but it's Instinct who's going to find it. Dilly with the refrag. It's a 1 versus 1. The plant has to go down, but it's not going to happen. You're just going to see Textrolo playing it safe, and the round is going to go to PG Tips as the timer strikes 0, and that's it. PG Tips winning another round off the timer, but one that could have been a lot closer. It could have gone either way, Kenny.
My word. The last second pull-off of the diffuser as the time didn't hit 000 when Textrolo sprinted towards bunker to look for the frag. A split second difference in Dilly flicking off the plant and pre-firing the double door. He wins that round, and we're looking at a 1-1 here and a last second 1 versus 2 for Dilly, but it wasn't to be. Textrolo gets lucky. He did time it wrong in my opinion, but he gets away with it, and the small margins make the difference in rounds. It was a good execute attempt from Paragon, but unfortunately they didn't have the man count up or the intel to be able to attack onto the site, and that goes credit to PG Tips' earlier defense. They were able to deny the drones upstairs. They were able to shoot drones, and there were only 2 drones left in pocket for Paragon to rotate to Bakery, and then they didn't have the time to actually drone out the bomb site, so the Mozzie sat tucked away in the, I call it, rat corner inside of kitchen, gets the opening kill on Milo vaulting through the breach. Unfortunate timing on throwing the C4. He possibly could have killed Dilly as well. But Paragon was strapped for time, and that was the exact strategy that PG Tips exerted. It was a time waste and drone denial strategy on the top 2 floors, and Paragon played into that and were punished for it.
We're looking at Rep looking to do the hardest job here, and that's finding a free kill through this C4. Will not be able to do it, but will tag up Dilly. And as I was saying, information on this site is the name of the game at this point. Paragon, they struggled on Bakery to bring that information to the throw. They weren't really doing that much when it came to the drone work, but they're going to have to now. There's a pulse on the board. There's going to have to be that roam clear. These Valkyrie cameras, look at how many C4s you have on the board right now, Kenny. All 4 players, possibly when you take away Rep. That's 3 C4s left in pocket. That's a call center from hell. We will not see another one go off because we're just hearing more information, more utility from Taps trying to get this clear. If they know the pulse is there, well, then it's a simple case of saying, right, we're going to roam clear, we're going to go below. We're going to try and deal with them, and maybe even use a Thatcher MP to disable it for some time, but they might not know. Frenzy staying completely alive. These Valkyrie cameras gonna give Instinct the first kill to start things off, and suddenly Frenzy is there to call if there's anyone for a refrag. So very nicely coordinated from PG Tips.
Yeah, and this is where, if I'm Paragon, the call comes out to start bringing that IQ. Look at all the intel that is being gathered by PG Tips that an IQ can just counter alone. The Black Eye Cams and Frenzy on that cardiac scanner. He's right below 4 members of Paragon calling out all their positions. And his teammates on PG Tips just need to sit pretty, wait out the time. We've almost elapsed 120 seconds in the round so far. And Paragon haven't really exerted any kind of map control, even above the site. You want to take that cocktail area to be able to exert vertical pressure down onto the bomb site. Dilly will start the pressure in the killing department as down goes Rep, looking for a flank up the red stairs. Frenzy was giving out call-outs for his teammate, but his teammate wasn't able to land the shots. Dilly was aware of the flank potential. I assume a drone comes out from a flank drone was positioned correctly from Paragon. As Nomad is banned, you're going to have to be more diligent on those flank drones.
Yeah, now Frenzy is going to be able to find a kill onto Kaz, and suddenly we're seeing Paragon start to stall out. Frenzy go look for another kill, but the UMP just can't land those shots. Bailey and Instinct will each get that trade, but Instinct will fall as well. We're back inside of 2 versus 2 with Dilly being able to find Frenzy. Now Sparkins all on their own on site, but has that time advantage. Paragon, they've been very, very slow with that push, but they now have lines of sight to deal with. When we see Sparkins look to get aggressive, well, that's just going to be incredible. Playing outside the site, finding the kill onto Bailey. Dilly has no choice yet again in the last 10 seconds to stick this plan. Will come off as the C4 goes out, but the time's going to win the round for PG Tips again. Paragon, you're slowing down too much. If you know they have a pulse on the board, if you know they have information, get your drones to deal with it very, very tightly. But you can't waste time in the way that we're seeing Paragon do it. There's just such slow pushes. They're constantly playing catch-up because they're losing these early engagements to that lack of information, Kenny. And then you're seeing them trying to just get control of that top floor with a minute left. They don't have time to use the vertical play, so they drop down. In doing so, they don't catch Sparkins at all, who finds a kill onto Bailey. And is then able to rotate around and just put pressure on Dilly. It's just simple mistakes from Paragon are giving PG Tips very comfortable wins.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. In my notes, on my paper, I just wrote time in capital letters and a box around it. Time has been the sixth man for PG Tips in these first 3 rounds. Paragon have been super jaded on their pushes. This is not the Paragon I have been watching against Makers Academy and TLR so far this season. When they usually play, they're commanding. They take map control quickly. And this is one of the maps that they are really effective on attacking. But I'm just not seeing that from them. And finally, the change comes onto the IQ. They've noticed that the black eye cams are giving so much intel to PG Tips. But of course, it's not just a straight out and out counter. The IQ has to be in the right position to be able to figure out where those black eye cams are positioned. Only a 20-meter range on that cassette throw. Well, not cassette throw anymore because there's no elite characters in comp skins, unfortunately. Yeah, I love the bright green IQ. That is not an overpowered elite skin. She is bright green.
You really don't get any advantages by running it, but what you do get advantages for is finding that opening kill, don't you? And onto the Valkyrie. This is the first round we're seeing Paragon picking up that first kill, and in doing so, you're saying, okay, this is good. Granted, in the first round, they got the first kill from Frenzy just running out all the way into Bakery. Yeah, I mean, does that really count, though? That's essentially PG Tips giving you a freebie and still winning the round. The biggest thing right now is the C4 coming out won't have any damage, and now Paragon know there are players right up against the skyline. They might have that pixel undefended, they might have Cocktail a little bit less heavily prepared, maybe that player in pixel isn't there. Suddenly you're thinking, okay, there's a lot of things we can deal with. Right now, though, Paragon, they're not really going to make much advantage off of this one kill. Some explosives will go off, Dilly will be contesting that pixel, but not finding a single shot at the moment. The red stairs will open up so support can start to come through, but we need to see the timing just step up bit by bit, don't we, Kenny?
Yes, Rep looks for an aggressive play for a flank up the red stairs, but yet again, Paragon are aware to it. A one-tap from Frenzy onto that all-important IQ. Dilly on the minibar window gets absolutely slaughtered off the angle from Bathroom. Frenzy, a talented mechanical player. He's picked up that Jaeger roll off of Tex Roller, who's flexed onto the Valkyrie for this round. But yet again, timer ticking down. Paragon still haven't even cleared the pixel shield because they've foregone the Thatcher use for this triple soft breach, which, in my opinion, really isn't needed. There's only 2 Goyo shields and 3 Banshees that need to be cleared. It's a bit of overkill from Paragon in the amount of soft breach they're bringing to deal with the PG Tips defense so far. But we've just seen them clear that pixel shield. The freezer, it should be open now that Milo has no X-Kairos left in his pocket. But yet again, Paragon stalling out. We just see all 4 of them holding angles, waiting for a PG Tips peak that is not coming. And time is dwindling down. Rep adds to the disaster that Paragon are enduring, and so does Frenzy adds onto it. It's falling apart for Paragon yet again in this round. Kaz finds himself in the middle of the site and gets a frag. This is huge. That's the C1 player, and now he doesn't have to worry about peeking to the left. He can take the one-on-one engagement to his right, but he doesn't win the gunfight. Instinct to Rep. Close out the round for PG Tips. And Paragon, something needs to change because PG Tips are all over you.
You've just lost 4 unanswered rounds, and in that last round, arguably, you had your best position. You had that IQ for the Valkyrie cameras, you had control of that piano very early on, and the actual cigar shop itself, and red stairs, there wasn't much danger of a flank. You had the IQ doing that work for Pixel. You understand a lot of the moving pieces that PG Tips have in play, but you're just not dealing with them. Like you said, that Pixel was like it stayed alive so goddamn long. The freezer was dealt with it before then, and in doing so, well, you're seeing Paragon, they're waiting so long that they don't have time to open up that freezer. They're yet again left with that only chance of just pushing through long bar. PG Tips, as soon as that call is made, the rotations will come around. You'll see Rep going to Pixel, picking up a kill onto Taps. You'll see them just taking control, retaking Pixel, using that soft wall to rip you to shreds. And, well, Paragon, they're just not seemingly in the game at all, I don't think. Now, you played really, really well against Last Resort, and you dealt with Hazard in that freezer a couple of times. You had to, but if you wanted to win that game. And you were able to in an incredible fashion. But now, you need to try and deal with it again, because they're just taking the things they saw you struggle with, and they're using it against you. Now we are going to be seeing another bottom floor hold from PG Tips, and hopefully quite a bit of room on there, because granted, PG Tips, they lost those players, and they did give up a lot of map control, but the way that they played it, they just made Paragon so uncomfortable that they neglected a lot of droning. They neglected a lot of late round information that you can't go for a push without, especially in the late stages of the playoffs at the moment. So, Paragon, there's a lot of change that needs to be done, and just tightening up with the basics. Once you get that, then you start picking up rounds. Until then, PG Tips are going to go unanswered.
I want to see some adaptation here from Paragon. Thatcher's on the board, so a flat bakery take is a viable option. But the attack strategy here from Paragon looks to be exerted on the backside, focusing on the garage. We see 3 drones coming out to call the coast clear for Kaz to be able to push in. But obviously PG Tips have this extended roam on the top 2 floors. So if they work their way into garage, they're going to have to be vigilant on holding the brown stairs rotate down and also the white stairs. Because having to hold 2 staircases when you're executing onto site is a risky option. But I think a risk needs to come out from Paragon. Otherwise we're going to see them lose this map quite convincingly, because we haven't seen anything from them that shows that they should be winning it.
Yeah, they're playing way too comfortable, they're holding a lot of angles, and right now they don't have that upstairs information on these roamers, especially with Vigil being one of them. They do have that VIP control, and they will be looking to use it, as Bud Instinct's going to be able to find the first kill onto Taps. No trade on the board, so that Ash and her breaching charges will be taken away, and in doing so, Paragon, they're losing advantage early on. Bailey will rotate around and try and get a refrag, but, well, PG Tips, they've either rotated around or they've just got to play it safe. They know with an advantage, they just hold the angles, but Sparkins isn't going to do that and will give away a kill to Milo. Will it have much impact? Maybe not. Milo looking at the way at the worst moment, while Rep goes for that peek through the garage. Looks like they just go for a double peek. Bailey and Dilly, though, will each find a kill. Rep and Instinct being taken off the board. Now Textrolo wants to rotate onto site alongside Frenzy. The site is clear. The plant is starting to go down. Dilly will be caught on the flank by Frenzy. The plant will not be stuck. But Milo's got to give it another go. Textrolo over on red stairs. Frenzy on white. This is a great opportunity for a pinch collapse. You're isolating the attackers and making them take the gunfight, which is the other way around it should be. But Textrolo will rotate around to Bakery. Frenzy will try and get aggressive. Picked off by Kaz. Now a 3 versus 1. It's possible from Textrolo. We've seen him being able to catch these players off guard before, and will be using a lot of these soft walls to just get around. Spotted player of Milo just can't land those shots. Will waste time instead. And right now, I think Milo just wants to play it safe. Textrolo will be taken out by Kaz. Paragon will find their first kill, and I think it comes down to a lot of luck and letting PG Tips get way too comfortable. You said, Kenny, that if this was going to happen, it would be the other way around. It would be Paragon putting rounds on the board and getting complacent, but at least in that last round, I think it's the other way around.
Certainly so. The first exhibit of actual command in a round from Paragon. I think something to note that the anchors on PG Tips' side were way too aggressive. When 3 of your players are on the top 2 floors, you cannot afford to die on sight. You die on sight and it gives Paragon a free entry, as there's no vertical angles actually being held onto the freezer side of things from those vertical roamers. All the vertical angles were being held onto the bakery side. So, and especially with the freezer hatch being reinforced with a vertical roam from PG Tips, questionable. Because it doesn't give you much effect in stopping a garage take from the attack. When the freezer hatch is reinforced off, you then can't hold the breach from above. And Sparkin's dying inside a bunker, peeking aggressive on the mute, then allowed Paragon free entry into the bomb site, and it transitioned into the round victory. PG Tip's not going to reattempt that basement site. It was a very good switch up from Paragon going for that garage side take. But we don't see this bomb site very often, McCready. It's a mining defense.
Yeah, I picked up on it quite quickly, and I think this is PG Tips. They're very comfortable that Paragon aren't committing to vertical play at all, because they do have that Thatcher on the board. In doing so, you have a lot of utility in the mining area that can be cleared out with that EMP. But shot holes, the bullets, they don't get stopped by EMPs. You can have a player in that minibar looking down below on the top floor. As long as you see Paragon take that top floor, that's when they look at winning the round, because you do the vertical, you shut off the rotation potential from PG Tips, and you find all the kills. The C4 from Rep will not find its target, will not find a single point of damage. In doing so, it's a little bit of utility gone. 4 C4s again on the board from PG Tips, and at least Paragon know they've got to go for this round here. If they don't do it, then realistically, they are giving PG Tips another round and giving them a 5-1 split. But the 4-2, it's still on the cards. I just want to see Paragon step up that little bit more. It's very unbelievable at the moment that they can make it happen. And with the repel, the EMP is starting to go off. We'll see Milo looking to get aggressive on this window, but not too aggressive, knowing that the way that this site is set up, as soon as you jump in that window, you're a dead player. That's why you need that top floor control. Bailey has it. But is Bailey going to use it on the red stairs? No, it's going to be Frenzy and Textrolo who start things off, each finding a kill and putting us in a 3 versus 5 before Paragon really have any map control. Taps on the red stairs is just quite confused now. What do I do? As Bailey is just holding angles and holding these flank cameras. Right now, Kenny, this round's not looking good. Paragon on their attack looking very, very weak.
Paragon have gone for an execute with minimal map control, and they have been punished for it. Kaz actually vaulting in through the mining window, going unpunished from the vertical angle that Rep was holding from above. So Kaz finds himself in the bomb site. He has the fuser in hand, but he's wary of going for a plant because there's so many angles that PG Tips, they're basically suffocating the mining site. And here we go. Textrolo does get a kill on the player inside of Red Hall. And it's all falling apart yet again for Paragon. Taps the last one alive, finds a beautiful headshot on the player inside 90, just turns away at the worst time. It is Frenzy to put dominance on the half for PG Tips, as the half is 5-1 in their favour.
On Paragon's map pick, on the lower bracket run, well, Paragon, this is not looking great for you. Now you are going onto the defense. This is the preferred side for Kav Dostoevsky, but you've got to remember that leaving Thatcher on the board on your attacking side, well, that's not going to favour you at all. Your defense, a lot of it is going to be cleared out a lot in the way we said you should have been doing on your attack. Well, now we're going to see Instinct taking that Thatcher. That will mine, the Jaeger, it's going to be useless. Then the Goyle shields fall, the smoke canisters can still get used. They can still get used, don't get me wrong, but a lot of the power positions that smoke wants to play behind, well, they're going to be forced out very easily. As long as you have somebody, when we think about this pixel, okay, Kenny, as long as you have somebody on the white window and at least a little bit of information bottom white stairs, you have somebody pressure pixel, get that Thatcher, get that shield. The player tries to rotate around, and the player on white window just puts them to bed. You can get an angle into bathroom, you can do a lot of damage, if not find a kill. So Paragon, this is not looking great. PG Tips have a lot of momentum moving forward, and most importantly, they've had a good look at the playstyle of Paragon, which, I'm gonna be honest, I hate being critical, but it is very much lacking.
We see a different lineup on the attack from PG Tips. Variant. We're not seeing the triple soft breach of Ash, Sledge, and Zafir. PG Tips, they know that with Iana gaining the Gon 6, she is basically becoming, well, or has become Ashe, but better. If you think about it, Iana with the Gon 6, she has 2 nades and a Gon 6. She can destroy 3 pieces of bulletproof utility, the same as Ashe. But what does Iana get in advance? She also gets her Gemini replicator. So you get added intel on Iana while also being able to destroy the same amount of utility. Frenzy getting, well, Iana won't be in play now because she dies to the C4 on the red hatch, just sprinting over it. A bit of carelessness there from Frenzy. We know that Paragon like these C4s aggressive up through the roof hatches, and he gets punished.
Now, I'm going to be honest. Now, I remember the conversation we had about the Iana, and I think I called it the thinking man's Ashe. But right now, not a lot of thinking going out from Frenzy. You've been using that C4 yourself. Expect it to be used against you. Because if you do something good, then, well, the other team might want to try and take control of it. They might want to do it and use it against you. That's exactly what we've seen. And now Paragon, they do have that control. They do have that player advantage. But like I said, a lot of the key issues are still on the board. You still have Instinct with the Thatcher. A smoke grenade will go down on that skylight. There's no presence towards red, or at least below. You're seeing a lot of Paragon very clumped up in a way we saw them use against the Last Resort. But the EMPs, they're getting rid of the utility. Taps is going to be forced out of that bathroom, and in doing so, well, piano control, that's going to go in favor of PG Tips. Rep will start pushing forward, they will start moving forward, and they have lines of sight, but Dilly going to be able to find another C4 kill onto Instinct. 2 for 2 at this point, and, well, PG Tips, I'm kind of questioning what's going on. You realize that there's a Valkyrie in the same vein of, well, having that Thatcher being used against you. Well, why aren't you ready for these C4s, this information game? Now they're starting to stall out and hold the angles. Textrolo on this new hatch while the rest of PG Tips are starting to faff about in that piano shop. And this allows Dilly to get a kill onto Textrolo. No refrag coming out from PG Tips. They will put a rep over towards that position, but now they're split apart. They have to take away 5 players in just the 2 of them. And they don't know what they've got control of. There's very little droning coming out, very little information on the board, and while Bailey will be knocked off the board, someone's there to take his place. Taps will find that refrag, and now it's all down to Sparkins with that ace, with that gun. Dilly's just going to say no. Paragon, a very comfortable defensive round from them, and, well, okay, looking at the attack of PG Tips, well, now you can see this kind of being a little bit more balanced.
Yeah, I would... with a Thatcher being open on Cafe, I would be heavily indicative of this map not being this defender-sided. We've only seen 1 successful attack so far. And I just got a question. Both teams obviously weren't planning to ban out Thatcher, but their attacks don't look to be ready to utilize it. I know that Thatcher is banned out 99% of the time on Cafe, but if you're not ready to play without it, it shows complacency on both teams, because Thatcher is a super strong operator, and if you're banning out an operator, you've got to know why you're banning him out. The reason you're banning him out is XYZ. You know that Thatcher is really strong in disabling the ADSs for Pixel. And we saw really good utility clear from PG Tips. They got rid of the Goyo Shield and Freezer from the Skylight. They got rid of the Goyo Shield in Pixel. Both being utilized, well, being cleared with help of the EMP grenades from the roof. So really good mid-round from PG Tips. But their early round, they died to the C4s. And Valkyrie, we talk of this operator so often. She's giving so much intel for all of the round, and these cams are not being destroyed. There's 1 round or 2 rounds that we've seen an IQ actually being in play, and I'm just questioning everything that an IQ is still not being brought.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw an IQ come in, there wasn't really that much impact. We just saw the IQ play on the minibar window, try and contest Pixel, didn't really get much out of it, so I'm seeing the Thatch and I'm saying, okay, well, we can still do that. What I want to see from PG Tips to keep this momentum going and push us to match point is aggression, and that's what we're seeing from Frenzy. Already has control of this bakery area, is looking to get the drones in and get more. There's no mute on the board, so these drones are just going to walk in uncontested. In doing so, you're seeing Dilly starting to open up the prep area once that presence is called. PG Tips, they have the bakery wall, they can open it up as soon as they want, but they have to deal with this vertical pressure. They have to deal with a lot of Paragon's defense that is not just that one-dimensional side that you talked a lot about, Kenny, especially on Consulate. So we are going to see these lines of sight being opened up. The entry into sight is going to be there, but PG Tips, they need to decide when to pressure, whether they wait, whether they hold. Right now, they're just opening up more and more angles, not worrying about this vertical, which is a big issue for me, but not for Rep, as Dilly is going to fall to his hand. Rilo will be taken down as well, will be safe underneath that K3 position. The rotate can come through from Bailey, but it won't be going for the revive. Textrolo able to find another kill onto Paragon. That's going to be Taps being taken down. Milo is going to fall as well. The flank comes out as Kaz is able to find, well, Bailey getting rep as well. Now it's a 1 versus 3, and Bailey's stuck inside Bakery, looking to do something and keep this defensive side in their ballpark. Bailey's able to find one, finds two, has to find another. Incredibly done from them now, but the diffuser's down and the red stairs presence is there. Bailey doesn't know. Textrolo is going to be crouch walking into the bakery area, and Bailey just needs to get control of this diffuser and play time. A minute is ticking down, but Bailey just doesn't know. Textrolo's getting that constant feed of information, knows the player is there, holds the line of sight, and gets it. PG Tips, way closer than it should have been. But in my opinion, I don't think we should have even seen them kicking up this round in the way that they approached it.
I've got to politely disagree.
Understandable. Tell me why, man.
Thatcher's on the board. You bring a Thatcher Thermite. There's no bakery hold. You can open up the site walls for free.
Yeah, but they're vertical.
PG Tips, they got into bakery in the first 20 seconds of the round. The Iana entering in because there were preset drones inside of bakery calling the coast clear to be able to take that control. The Thermite then open up prep wall. The Thermite then open up the site wall. They got 2 opening kills on the players in sight. Most importantly, the smoke. The only operator that was able to stall out time and the push onto the bomb site. As soon as they got those 2 opening kills, we saw an explosion into the site from PG Tips. They almost were punished by not being vigilant to their flank. They relied on the gridlock track stingers to hold their wedding flank. But I think they were impacted out by the minute. No, she had a C4, but they were shot out from coats. And gridlock doesn't really do the same flank watch as Nomads, because you could be a great distance away from the track stingers. If they're in line of sight, you can just shoot them out. And yes, they make that sound, but when there's other audio cues of gunfire going on in the distance, you're not really going to be hearing those gridlock track stingers be shot out. And PG Tips almost lost the round because of it. But Textrolo had the trigger discipline. He obviously, the 4 players dead on his team were able to feed intel from a drone either in the red hall or in the bomb site, giving out those yellow pings on Malusi's position. Really patient, well played from Textrolo. And PG Tips, 4 match points.
Yeah, they're on match point right now. They are ready to close things out. But Paragon, this is where we've really seen them start to excel, is on the ropes. They've been able to pick up a couple more rounds, especially when we think about that Consulate when they were up against the Last Resort. However, they're not up against the Last Resort. PG Tips, they're going to be going to they're going to have to attack that reading dining site. And in doing so, I'm thinking, okay, well, Paragon, they need to do that top floor hold, and like you said, that Thatcher Thermite combination is going to make life a lot easier for them. They get control of that freezer, they get control of Piano, they start moving through, the utility can be cleared out, and even if they want to, they can start pushing through onto site. The vertical play will be an issue. It's something you can't ignore on this side, because there's so much available to the defenders. Well, if a plant's being called, you get Milo with the smoke to rotate around and have a look, see what you can do. You have the players with that soft destruction, the C4s, to just rip everything to shreds. PG Tips will take control of that red stairs, though. They'll take things slow, they'll get that information, they'll make sure they know what they're doing. And right now, they're droning out that pillars area. They're not wasting any of this time. They've got that pixel flank watch, they've got the pillars positioning. I'm quite happy with how I see this. They're pushing over towards Train, with Rep taking the lead. 10 and 5, not a bad position to be in. I'm very, very pleased with how this is going so far. It's a very calculated and measured assault so far. It's not one where you see a lot of kills coming out, but they're positioning themselves in the best the best way so that when they do come to the gunfight, they will come out victorious. Now that angle onto dining will be opened up. Now is the time for the top floor presence to strike, or at least take control of reading. You force the top floor down into a retake scenario, and while they're just feeling very uncomfortable, you've got all the lines of sight on lock, and that's what I think PG Tips are going for. But with 50 seconds, Kenny, not a single player has been killed, all 10 are up in the lobby, and the push is going to come out soon, otherwise PG Tips will just lose a round.
The smoke is going to be pivotal in stalling out this push into the dining room. And Kaz, I have to point out his position. He's rotated underneath to utilize a C4 onto the potential plant. But we're actually seeing PG Tips rotate to open up the red wall into reading. And this is huge adaptation from PG Tips. They're basically encompassing the bomb site. And with 15 seconds left, they have men up to be able to execute. Taps is rotating through bar to look to be able to drop into pillars and get a frag. But players are falling on the bomb site, but time is also ticking down. Sparkin's moving into the bomb site, getting that bomb down on the actual bomb angle, but the cover is good enough. But Kaz is rotating through pillars. He could deny the plant if he's quick enough, but no, he now has to find a 1 versus 4 situation to be able to keep Paragon in map 1. He's not even able to find 1 kill. PG Tips with a hugely commanding map victory on Cafe. Oh my word. PG Tips, take a bow.
Well, if there was a round that they deserved to win, I think it was that one. This KAF Dostoyevsky game, it was 8 rounds long, and it feels like it just blown by because we just saw PG Tips constantly commanding the aggression, constantly commanding the entire round, an entire game itself. I will correct myself, 9 rounds, but it still feels like 8. Welcome back, Tudors, but I'm not done yet. I want to talk about PG Tips and how they read into Paragon so easily. They said, okay, we'll take control of dining, we'll open up that single wall, we'll get line of sight, we'll get ready for a push there. Then as soon as they start collapsing onto site, we rotate around, we take control of Pillar's wall, we open in, we get the plant. The defenders, they don't know what they're doing. They're still rotating to deal with this dining push. You still have the opportunity then, if the defenders catch wise with the amount of time that you've got on the board, you can then go for a triple rotate. You could go again. And I think Paragon summed it up. Nice counter strategy of win your ones. That's something else PG Tips are also incredibly skilled at doing. Paragon just couldn't seem to answer when it came into 90% of the gunfights.
I think that basically encapsulates the entire story of the matchup.
I'll throw it to you then.
Yeah. Okay, so I think that definitely encapsulates basically the entire story that we have seen throughout these 9 rounds thus far. I was muted in Discord, but that's fine. Twitch chat, they can hear me indeed. But regardless, this is something that I personally wasn't necessarily expecting to see. Obviously, the 5-to-1 split was a massive boon in the favor of PG Tips. The fact that they were able to claim themselves that many rounds on the defensive side certainly set them up for success. But Paragon, they just weren't able to actually answer back to the exact same stature that PG Tips were able to. And we saw there were massive differences in overall attacking and defensive philosophies. We saw both of these two teams, to a certain extent, be extremely stubborn with the compositions that they were bringing out, Kenny. But do you feel as if Paragon, to a certain extent, unconsciously bit themselves in the butt by being as stubborn as they were?
Yeah, I think something that I noted in their previous games, they take too long to adapt, and it is a downfall for them. So many rounds went by and they forwent. Is that the past tense?
They forgone.
Yeah, I think it's forgone.
Yeah.
But they forego the use of the IQ. Anyway, we're not here to learn English. Yeah, they just didn't bring that IQ. It took them 5 rounds to actually pick into that IQ, and by then it was already too late. PG Tips have banned out the Maestro, so you don't need as much soft breach as you usually do, because those Evil Eyes, yes, they're pesky, and you need the Zofia, Ash, and Sledge to be able to clear the Goyo shields, clear the Banshees, and the Evil Eyes. But when Maestro isn't on the board, I don't personally feel like the map warrants 3 soft breaches. Valkyrie's in play, Pulse is in play. There's so much C4 potential on Cafe with all the destructible floor that you're just you're just basically cutting your leg off by not bringing an IQ.
I think this is definitely a lesson on the side of Paragon that they need to take to heart. It was definitely a bit disappointing to see that there weren't necessarily adaptations made, not necessarily in just the overall attacking composition that they were bringing out, but just in terms of the mentality that they would go into certain rounds this time. And obviously now that the first map has concluded, a 7-2 scoreline on Cafe, you've got to start feeling relatively worried on the side of Paragon, because we know for a fact that they are a really, really competent squad, that when they actually flip that mental switch, that they can turn things on and really stick it to their opposition. But they're asleep at the wheel for the time being, McCready. Do you think that with our second map of the evening, Consulate, that this will be a quick 2-0, or do you think that Paragon actually stand a chance of taking us all the way to our decider, Oregon?
Well, I think there's a lot of factors at play, and I'm not exactly sure which ones will be the most prevalent when we do come to Consulate. The biggest thing that I want to say is the fact that they lost it out so closely against the last resort does give me some bit of hope when I'm looking for that 2-1 prediction, because they brought it out. They lost it that last couple of seconds, but there was quite a few rounds which both teams gave away quite freely. So as long as they've gone and put the work in to tighten things up, well, then I'd be quite comfortable saying that they could win. But based on Kaf Dostoevsky, you can only see them really feeling complacent and too comfortable, which PG Chips, they're just taking control of. They're just taking gunfights that they're not ready for, and most importantly, it feels like PG Tips, they're running rings around them. So they have a lot of lessons to learn, like you said, but can they do it in the break that we're gonna have?
That is obviously the question that we will soon answer for the time being. PG Tips, they came into this particular matchup fresh-faced, well-learned as well, with a lot of knowledge to back themselves up, and they've made a massive statement on the opening map, Cafe, 7-2, and they have the potential to close it off in our next map up of the evening. That is going to be Consulate, which is just over the horizon, and now, well, the ball is certainly in Paragon's court. Do they have what it takes to force us all the way to Oregon? Will they learn from their past mistakes? Will they make the adjustments needed? We'll find all of the answers to those questions soon enough. For the time being, we are going to cut to a very short break, and then we will see if this particular matchup is going to conclude prematurely on Consulate in just a couple minutes, so don't go anywhere. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to ECS Rainbow Six. Our current matchup of the evening, PG Tips versus Paragon. It took a rather disturbing turn for Paragon. I think that's probably the best way to put it. They didn't necessarily have the best performance, despite the fact that the community has been backing them up. And now PG Tips, they're clearly in the driver's seat. They lead this best of 3 series with a 1 map advantage, having taken Cafe 7-2. They definitely came into this matchup well prepared, and they were able to take 2 attacking rounds to Paragon's single defensive round to close off Cafe. And now, well, on the side of Paragon, their backs are certainly up against the wall. They can't afford to make any mistakes. They don't want to end their run through the playoff stages prematurely, because they still have so much left to show us. And our next match, or our next map, I should say, of the evening is going to be Consulate. And everybody who tuned into Paragon versus The Last Resort know exactly what the blue team is capable of this time around. It came to that 7-7 scoreline, and they were just unable to edge it out in the 1v1 scenario. But hopefully, in the break that we've had, the side of Paragon are able to pull themselves together and really give PG Tips a run for their money on their own map pick. Now let's go ahead and welcome back our casters, Kangaroo Kenya as well as McCready, because they're obviously the stars of the show alongside our 10 players in the lobby. So hopefully the two of you guys are going to enjoy this next map as much as you guys did on Cafe. McCready, how are you feeling about Consulate? How are you feeling about Paragon for the time being?
Well, I'm feeling the energy that PG Tips have definitely been bringing to the table, and Paragon, it doesn't feel like they've been able to match it. A big thing for me with Paragon, when we went to Consulate last time with them, is the fact that they went into that match and they came out the gate really strong. Indeed. This is the big moment for them to really start getting an advantage if they want to stay in it and push us to Oregon for our 3rd and final map. They need to be able to find the early aggression on the maps of their defense. They need to be able to replicate what they did before and just not let the attackers inside the building. It's something I feel like they'll be quite comfortable doing, but as long as they're able to have that break and use it well, get that mental reset, do a couple of T-hunts, and just say, okay, we still have one more map. If we can win this out, if we can give ourselves a good foothold, we can take Consulate easily.
Yeah, definitely so. And Kenny, obviously everybody knows, and you also said to a certain extent, that Paragon have got a real shot at pushing us all the way to Oregon because of how dominant they were last time around against TLR. Do you personally think that PG Tips are able to match that exact same kind of level and energy, given the fact that they are riding that huge wave of momentum carrying over from Cafe?
I feel like going into the matchup that Paragon have got to be riding a wave. They've come off a victory against Makers Academy, then just a slight 1-round loss against TLR, which they shouldn't beat themselves up over, because that was an incredible match from themselves as well as TLR. So I'm questioning why that wave hasn't been brought into this matchup, and we're seeing PG Tips, after coming off a win against AYB, after previously losing to TLR. No. Was it Paragon themselves in the first stage 2?
Let me double check that for you super duper quick. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was PG Tips who managed to beat AYB in yesterday's matchup, and well, it was actually PG Tips who lost to Paragon on Thursday's matchup. Paragon was unable to climb through the upper bracket to face off against TLR, so pretty much spot on. Yeah.
So that's questionable as well, that Paragon have previously beaten PG Tips, and now that they're completely suffering, PG Tips might have done their homework better. They've seen themselves play against Paragon. Guys, what went wrong? Let's change this, let's change that. Obviously, there's been a lot of maps that Paragon have gone through. A lot of their games have been all the distance. 3 maps, maximum amount of rounds. There's a lot on show from Paragon that PG Tips could be exploiting. So as we head into Consulate, I expect to see the same sort of dominance from PG Tips to bring onto the board.
Okay, that's a bold statement, but I think it's definitely one that PG Tips can definitely see through. The past couple of days have really held a mixed bag of results on the side of Paragon, and obviously, as things stand right now, they have one driving force. There is a single thing that is fueling the entire tank for them moving into the second matchup on Consulate, and that is obviously the fact that they're out for blood over towards PG Tips this time around. And McCready, once again, oof. This is going to be a really, really tricky matchup because PG Tips, they hold on to the advantage right over here. And given from what we actually have seen from Paragon over against the Last Resort, what do you think were actually some of the plus points that they were able to exhibit in that particular matchup? And what things from that matchup against TLR do you personally think that they need to carry over moving into the second map on Consulate, and what mistakes should they avoid making?
Well, I'm going to answer all your questions with just one word. It's energy. Realistically, on Kaf Dostoevsky, it's something we just didn't see from Paragon. They felt very slow, very sluggish, still waking up in quite a few key areas when it came to the timing, most importantly, when it came down to refrags, positioning and such. But PG Tips, they had a lot of it. They brought it to the table, and going off that win, well, they're just going to keep it with them as best as they can.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, it's something we've seen Paragon being able to do. They've been able to bring it before after losing out that first map, and then really start pushing it forward. If you remember, last time we saw them play, myself and Whippet, we were sat here saying, okay, they've just lost 7-5 in Oregon. There's a lot of key issues there on that map, so moving forward, we don't expect them to win. But then they did. Then they took Kaf with Vim and Vinegar. They just went in and said, okay, we're going to pick these rounds, we're going to fight again. So this is the real wake-up time for Paragon if you look at their track record. I feel like we can see them go to Oregon, but as long as PG Tips are able to get the first couple of rounds, essentially. They're the key for me.
Yeah, definitely so. On the side of Paragon right over here, I'm really, really hoping that they're able to put on a good show for us and basically just consider that opening map of Cafe to have been a warm-up, to have been essentially the first pancake of the batch, which is usually a throwaway, but regardless, you still have got to eat it up and learn your lessons from it. Now, obviously, you guys in Twitch chat, we don't want to waste you guys' time any further, so make sure to go ahead and get your predictions in if you haven't already. Those should be live or have already gone live. Make sure to go ahead and spam your wide selection, your wide range of emos to show your support for whichever one of these two squads you're backing up. And with that being said, let's go ahead and jump into our second matchup, or our second map of the evening, all to play for on the side of Paragon. The hopes and basically their dreams of qualifying themselves into that third stage of playoffs right on Consulate. Can they thread the needle and push us all the way to Oregon, or are PG Tips going to be closing this off in a dominant 2-0 fashion? Kenny, McCready, enjoy this next matchup.
Thank you very much, Tudors. I am raring to go for Consulate now because Paragon, this is the be-all and end-all. One more map loss and they're out of playoffs. This is the final match of Stage 2. It's an elimination match. It's a promotion match into Stage 3 to face Skittle.jpg on Tuesday. 2 days time. We've got to see Paragon, as you said, McCready, bring that energy. And if there's a map that isn't Coastline to bring energy on, it's Consulate. This map can be free flowing, it can be aggression, it can be spawn kills, it can reward aggressive jump outs. Paragon need to show us some of that to shut down PG Tips' dominant map victory on Cafe.
Now, looking at the map bans, we're seeing a lot of the problem areas already being taken away. That Nomad, that permanent fixture coming out from PG Tips, but they're getting rid of the Valkyrie and they're getting rid of the Thatcher. The big thing for me, as well as SK being taken away, is the fact that we're seeing all the operators that allow for Consulate to just become the ranked fragfest that it is known for and renowned for in my experience. The Valkyrie, the Thatcher, you open up, you get the utility, you get the basics bare-bones strategy done, and then everything turns into a kill box. You go in, you win your ones, that's how you get all this stuff on the board. As you can see, the Ying is the Ying is being loved coming out on the board from Rep, but I think that might be a 6 pick. As we saw Rep immediately start on that Yana, I think the Yana, it's got a lot of support behind it. You can get that information, like you said. You have that 3 key pieces of utility: denial, the frag grenades, the Gon 6. That's why we're seeing the 6 pick. But the Mirror and Maestro combination is on the board as we go to Lobby Press.
Yeah, I think Paragon have really already shown their intent in the first round of this matchup. Bringing us to Lobby for their first bomb site. PG Tips are bringing that Thermite. Thermite is practically useless in attacking this bomb site. The only site he is proficient on being utilized is that garage site, and that is typically the primary bomb site for most teams, but not here for Paragon. They've already outdone PG Tips in the operator pick phase. Yes, that Ying was flashed, but Paragon, they don't 6-pick to the Warden. They aren't baited into not having the operators that they want to be able to hold this bomb site. Mirror can be hugely strong on holding down the piano area from just bathroom, and here we see it exhibited. The mirror on the soft wall here allows you to be able to I think that's just a spectator bug.
Hopefully it's just a Esports ready game, Kenny. But we are going to see Taps picking up that first kill, and I want to talk about what you were saying with that Ying. Realistically, the site that you're on, the Jaeger ADSs, they do more than enough, because there's only so many places the Ying Candelas can go through when we're seeing PG Tips trying to make this advantage. I think Paragon, they've made the right choice. And yeah, there's the first kill coming out. Frenzy is going to be taking away Paragon, starting with the aggression. And I'm sorry for cutting you off, so I'll let you get back to what you were saying. You were talking about some very interesting things, actually.
Yeah, the mirror is super strong on holding lobby. It's almost impossible to be able to attack either bomb site if you don't have a ranged hard breacher such as Hibana or Ace, and baiting PG Tips into bringing the Thermite instead of the Hibana or Ace is gonna be round changing in my opinion. But PG Tips actually have to get to a site, execute, and so far a minute has elapsed, and Texrolo has made his way into Visa. This is going to be strong in holding off the Visa stairs flank to the top floor, and also the statue flank up Spiral, as the rest of the team look to take control of meeting that area above the lobby site. But Tabs has found his position inside of admin. This could be pivotal because he hasn't been droned out. And if he's able to retake into meeting those vertical holes onto main door when the plant is attempted, he can use those to shut down the plant attempt.
Yes, now the key problems that are going to be arising for Paragon, you can see them right there. You've got your main door, you've got the Capital, no one on the defensive lineup, so those bolts will be perfectly fine. You have that player over towards the Visa, but you know about them. You've got the players towards Spiral rotating around. The vertical play is still there, but Dilly will be knocked down. And in doing so, that will at least be that little bit of safety for PG Tips. You have done that damage, even if you don't secure that kill. Now, Rep, moving up to try and get this vertical play. This is something key that you're going to want to have, but Taps is able to find one kill through that hatch. Will find Instinct, taking away the Capital, taking away another player, and Paragon, 45 seconds left, they're looking very comfortable. Rep is rotating very lately for this roam clear, which is something I'm saying, okay, you've still got your utility, you should have done this earlier, but it's Textrolo who will be able to find up Milo, taking that mirror off the board, but the mirror windows, they're still up. PG Tips, they're not looking comfortable, they haven't got much map control, and the map control they do have, they're just trying to clutch onto. They don't have enough people to make sure that they can't get pushed. Instead, they're going to be moving into the waiting arms of Paragon. You've got Kaz up in that front lobby, looking for Rep, waiting, making sure that top floor control, it doesn't get taken away. We will see Taps being taken down, and the second kill will be coming out as Kaz gets down. Now it's a 3 versus 3, but Sparkings will be knocked down as well. A 2 versus 2, the main lobby in control, but the diffuser's got down. Oh, with 1 second left, Textrolo's putting it down. The impact goes out, and they will get the kill, and Paragon pick up their 3rd round in their 2nd game.
You see, oh my goodness, you see the downside of bringing the Gon 6. Rep didn't have a pistol. He ran out of ammo in the G36 when he was covering his teammate going for the plant. But he actually could only go for a knife to be able to stop the Maestro of Bailey denying the plant. The impact grenades hitting Texrolo, who was already lit up. Round changing. I mean, even if he just took up the heads-up gunfight, I think he wins that because Rep has the Gun 6 in his hand. And I don't actually know how much damage that gun does. I think it's probably like 10.
10, yeah.
Wow, Rep did exceptionally well to get in that position of a 2 versus 1. PG Tips did not deserve to be in that position. They took minimal map control. They left it to the last 15 seconds to actually execute. Rep, he made it work upstairs. He found the 2 players who were trying to retake into meeting to deny that plant from the top holes. He covered well, but he ran out of ammo. Oh, it's devastating to see.
Yeah,
But the Gun 6,
it is.
you've got to... It is advantageous to bring the Gun 6 over a pistol, but I think that's the first... that's the first example I've seen of it actually being detrimental.
I have to agree with you. I think that's the first time I've seen it really being a problem. However, honestly, overall, you've got to keep bringing it more times than not, because that's soft utility denial. It means you're not in such a bad position when your attackers will be taken down like Ashe or Sophia. You still have some control, some ability for this soft destruction when you have that free spot in your lineup, realistically. And Consulate is one of those maps where you don't need certain operators as much as others, but you definitely still do need them. Sometimes the Jacko comes out huge. But PG Tips, they're very careful, going over towards this yellow side, looking to attack this bottom floor. Paragon, on the flip side, they've got a very extended hold, which is something we've seen before. Taps and Dilly, well, on their roam on the top floor, they can just cause a world of hurt. You've got an extension over towards Archives, just in case Bailey wants to collapse on site and use those vertical cams, which you can see is happening right now. They don't have an EMP. This means they're using vertical play. They are getting this breach open. No bandit trick is going to be coming through. Rep is able to land some damage onto Milo, but won't land that kill. Things are starting very aggressively, but without the vertical control, Paragon still have a huge opportunity to shut them down when this execute does come to its late stages.
I pointed out before we even started Cafe that we've seen so many flat garage takes from teams in playoffs so far, and we're seeing another one here from PG Tips. They have the utility to be able to clear out these Evil Eyes, the shield on top of Black Box that Dilly is positioned behind. But as long as this utility persists, we see a Gon 6 shot being eaten by an ADS. That's oversight from PG Tips, not clearing these ADSs before clearing the utility. And they only have 3 flashbangs left on Sparkins to be able to clear those ADSs, which, yes, do recharge after 10 seconds of being burnt. An Ashe charge being caught by an ADS. It is falling apart, this clear, and falling apart even further as Rep goes down from Dilly, who's positioned behind that shield that hasn't been cleared. PG Tips, a flat take, and so far, not working well.
Yeah, now what we can see is that Gon 6 is not being used to clear that utility. The frag grenades, they're not really being used as efficiently as they possibly could be. A lot of the power positions of Paragon is still there, and Bailey's going to demonstrate that, being able to find the diffuser and finding a kill onto Sparkings. Frenzy, though, will find a refrag, but is it too little too late? You haven't got the map control. You're stuck outside the garage wall. You barely have that yellow stairs control, and you still have the roamers to worry about. You still have Kaz looking to play that yellow position. Dilly, though, will be able to find Frenzy, looks for a second kill, whips out the pistol, just to flex on any Gun 6 user out there based on that last round. Paragon, they're looking very comfortable. The diffuser in open no man's land. And, well, PG Tips, they don't really have an answer. Now is the time to just say, okay, play for your exit frags, pad your KD, we'll just work out what went wrong. We'll see Texturola being able to find an answer, but Paragon will just clean them up. They're very much a different team to what we saw on Kaf Dostoevsky, and very much what Paragon needed, I think.
McCready, if I see another flat garage take, I think I'm heading out, because they don't work. I don't think I've seen one successful flat garage take in all of the consulates in ECS so far in the season. It's just let's look over.
I don't know why teams try it, because even with the 20-second meta going, it doesn't change how Consulate functions as a map.
Yeah, exactly right. And yes, you can have all that soft breach outside of the garage, but when you're actually clearing the utility, we saw there's bullet holes from an older inside of security who kills your thermite who was trying to burn an ADS for the shield on top of Black Box. It's just so risky to do a flat garage take. There's so many angles that defenders can hold onto you outside of the garage, because those anchor positions inside of garage aren't being cleared from vertical angles through piano and antechamber. And Paragon, you said they need to win the opening rounds to have a chance in this match. If they go down 2-0, 3-0, we could be seeing a very quick 2-0 from PG Tips. But that's not the case. Paragon have shown up on these first 2 defenses. Not going to CO for their third, however, it's going to be Archives Tellers. And with Pulse not being banned out as we saw yesterday in PG Tips versus AYB, Archives Tellers becomes a and ultimately stronger. That's a pulse barbed wire. Oh no!
Okay.
Not like this!
Right. Okay, I'm looking at this and I'm simply saying, still, you got barbed wires, but look at the amount of C4s on the board. Milo has got that shotgun, and most of the time, if you're not using the shotgun, well, you're going to be feeding the information for the C4s to go out. Kaz will use their own, but will not be able to land that C4 where it really needs to and get a kill, like we saw last time. But Paragon, they want to avoid the CEO because it's arguably the weakest site for them. The attackers are able to take a lot of ground, just take up so much map control that it's just difficult to really deal with. Now, Kaz is going to be taking that position of courage, which really gave Paragon a lot of issues before, playing the Mozzie on that spiral stairs, but will take some damage. Frenzy on the top floor is executing what PG Tips need to do for this site, as we do see Textrolo being taken down by Taps, and that's that 3-tier clear. You need to take top floor control, then you need to take tellers, and if you're worried about the C4s and you're worried about the Pulse, well, then you need to take the bottom floor. And with Pulse Gamer 3 of Milo being on the board, well, you just got to be that all a little bit more careful. Taps will have that information coming as you do decide to pull back. You're leading PG Tips on a wild goose chase with that Mozzie coming up yellow stairs to support, and in doing so you'll see Sparkings being knocked down by Bailey. That oldest really starting to sting with that vertical play, and as we see one player get taken down, Kaz is able to find another. PG Tips in a very, very difficult position to be in, I think. A lot of this clearance could be done with the Gemini drone, yet none of it is, Kenny.
Paragon playing the defense perfectly, just having that staged defense of the lines that you fall back to. You saw Kaz start in Coffin, just next to admin, shoot a drone, fall back. Taps was in meeting while Kaz was in long desk, shoot another drone, get a kill, fall back to CO, then eventually fall down yellow stairs. And when you've already got 3 kills to your side's name, how are PG Tips going to win this round? It's pretty much textbook so far from Paragon. All they need to do now is get a C4 kill to deny the plant, which Rep should be going for very soon. We do see a lot of teams bait out the plant. You've got to bait that Pulse into coming off his scanner and not being able to utilize that intel. And Rep vaulting on top of that that hard wall may be able to evade a C4. There's so many holes that Rep has to evade to be able to get down a successful plant, and he is using those holes to his advantage to light up Milo on the Pulse, but he cannot find the kill. It's Dilly up through those holes as well to find the kill onto him eventually, and Bailey to finish the round. Paragon 3-0 up so far, but as we saw against TLR, they went 3-0 up on their defenses and ended the half 3-3, so PG Tips still have hope.
Yeah, now Paragon, they need to keep the momentum going now that they've got that third round, and the biggest thing for me is we're looking at those C4s like you said. Rep trying to bait them out and trying to get the kills. Now, yeah, you can bait out as many C4s as we want, but one thing you are going to struggle against is a Pulse getting that live information and has the shotgun right below you. That's really going to put a lot of pressure. You're not going to want to commit to putting that plant down. And with that information, at least the constant pings, even if Milo's not going to get the kill, well, then Dilly's just there to pick it up from another angle. The Ying will be 6-picked in. It will be stuck, and that's the big thing for me. But what I want to talk about is Paragon. Their biggest issue last time I saw them against the Last Resort was the fact that Milo wasn't directly underneath that site, giving that information constantly and constantly being a pain for the attackers. That's something they've changed up. That's something they've worked upon. And it fills me with a lot of hope moving forward. Maybe they said, okay, don't look at CAF. We won it. We're good. Consulate, that's a different story. I feel like they've looked at the mistakes they made and have definitely tried to improve it. And they're very much aware that a flat take into that bottom garage floor just isn't gonna work. They've tried to do it themselves against Makers Academy and League play. They've dealt with teams trying to do exactly that. When we go back down there, I'm expecting to see Paragon with a very comfortable, maybe even a 5-1 split, because they are just that well rehearsed when it comes to their defensive side and Consular. The biggest issue is going to be that switch, though, in my opinion.
Instinct picking onto the ever-anticipated Ying. This was banned out by Paragon against PG Tips on the last map Cafe, but goes unbanned on this map. Instinct. It has 3 Candelas to be able to chuck into Antechamber and blind any defender that is trying to deny that plant. Also 2 smoke canisters that can cut off lines of sight. But importantly, the Evil Eyes from Bailey can see through smoke. So those are going to have to be cleared inside of main lobby to be able to go for this execute. And also, we're going to have to see some pressure onto the meeting room so Paragon cannot utilize the top-down vertical holes that got them a kill on Instinct in their first defense on this site. It was taps on the Jaeger to peek down the holes that we see Kaz situated just next to here and gets a kill on Instinct. He was on Capitao for that round, so he also had smokes on that operator, but weren't able to utilize them for the execute. And as we see the clear go into main lobby now, PG Tips could be going for a quick site push, and Rep has that diffuser in hand. He's still wary of the top-down holes that need to be cleared by PG Tips.
That's what I wanted to say, is we're going to see Milo finding that kill onto Rep with the diffuser. You're talking about a clear, but there's one keyword missing from that. It's not roam clear as it should be. You should be seeing Taps and Kaz being dealt with. Use the Yings to flush out those players. Get your Sledge in, get your Zafir and Ash going. But it's Dilly. They're going to be finding another kill and getting Sparkings to get that kill. Honestly, I'm looking at this and I'm saying PG Tips, you're thinking way too two-dimensionally at this point. You're trying to just push in and hope for the best. You're ignoring quite a few problem areas when it comes to a typical ranked setup for this site, at least. So while you're running it in comp, I'm not exactly sure why you're trying to do this. However, PG Tips are taking their time and saying, okay, let's get this yellow presence on Textrolo. Let's get that Zafir there. You've been able to hit a couple of shots, so you can start putting pressure along to them. In doing so, though, you're exposing yourself to Taps, who, like I said, hasn't been dealt with. Will be running down the stairs and looking to deal with this. Frenzy goes into Piano, though, looking for the plant to come down. Textrolo finds one, Taps finds another, but Kaz is there with another kill, and suddenly it's all down to Frenzy, and the trade will come down. Taps will get downed, but will not be killed. In doing so, we're just seeing PG Tips giving another round and another. It is horrible.
It's a complete flip side. We're seeing Paragon do to PG Tips what was done to them on the previous map of Cafe. Just the attacks stalling out every single round. PG Tips sitting outside of the building, holding angles, waiting for picks that aren't being given to them by Paragon. Paragon are just playing patiently. They're just waiting for PG Tips to actually do something. And when PG Tips do something, they don't have enough map control to be able to do it effectively. And that is shown on the scoreboard. That is transitioned into 4-0 scoreline for Paragon. They're 4 rounds better off, and they deserve it. And this is a complete switch to what we saw on Cafe. Paragon, they're bringing their momentum into play now. PG Tips are... they haven't been riding the wave that we spoke about from Cafe. Something has just changed in both of these camps to just trade. It's just a straight up trade between the two teams and how they're performing.
Yeah, it is Sunday, but we're seeing a little bit of Freaky Friday coming out as we go to the bottom floor. Like I said, Paragon, the first couple of rounds were key. If they picked them up, well, like I said, I expect to see a very strong side from them. But if they didn't, and PG Tips was allowed to go unanswered, well, that was the biggest issue. That's when Paragon would start to fall. That's not what we're seeing. We're seeing Paragon starting to excel, and... oh, Kenny. Oh, Kenny. Where's the roam clear?
Yeah, a really good and innovative flat garage take from PG Tips.
I've never seen it before.
T1, where are you at? In all due respects, we are seeing PG Tips with another flat garage take, and Sparkins takes a lot of damage from his own exothermic, or maybe a C4. That's a lot of damage onto your Thermite, who has to obviously be wary of going for this second panel. But he gets it off scot-free. And now, is the utility clear going to be better from PG Tips? The flashbangs come out from Sparkins to burn the ADSs. Rep and the Ash of Frenzy are both positioned to be able to clear these Evil Eyes, and they don't even need to use an Ash charge to destroy it. because Bailey has opened up that Evil Eye and just a single bullet deals with it. Also, the Banshees are getting dealt with, but Sparkins yet again gets picked off outside the garage, this time not from a bullet hole, but from CO windows. And this is the disadvantage and the detriment to your attack of not clearing the map.
Yes, now this is the biggest problem. That's what I want to say, is as soon as that breach gets open within the first 10-20 seconds, the defenders, they're 9 times out of 10 going to know exactly what's coming up. Because now you can see every single gun is trained at that wall. That vertical play is there, and there is no answer from PG Tips. You should expect this. It's a key part of a lot of teams' attacking strategies, is you rip open that floor, you clear the utility, you get that breach after you complete the roam clear. And now we're seeing Frenzy stuck nearly taking damage from it. That should be an alarm right there saying, clear piano out. You can't push onto site without it. Kaz is just going to rotate around, and suddenly, well, now you're seeing Paragon, they're rotating into much better positions. Milo and Dilly are going to clean up, though. Instinct's going to find a refrag, but that's only 2 for the price of 1. Bailey gets a kill text trailer with the M72, is going to find Milo, but Taps is there on yellow stairs. Yet again, a flat push on Consulate surprises nobody and doesn't work. There needs to be a roam clear. There needs to be a change. Paragon, you're doing incredible. You're doing the same thing because you know that they're just not changing anything up. And now we're going to see the pulls coming back out on Archive Tellers.
My head's going to explode, McCready.
It's
going to explode.
Ooh.
Ah. The head's going to go. And I think that PG Tips, their heads are gone. But there's no call from the IGL to change up the strategy. They're doing the same thing every round and it's not paying off. Paragon, when they went 4-0 down, they changed up everything that they were doing. Instead of clearing top down on Cafe, they just went straight through Freezer, got the frags onto the anchors and pushed into the site, completely ignoring the roam. PG Tips, they needed to do the flip side to that. They needed to actually clear the roam instead of just going for a flat take. And yet again, it doesn't pay off. And now you're on your last attack, potentially staring down match point after only 6 rounds. Yes, PG Tips, you have that map buffer. You've won the first map, you're a map to the good, but you can't get complacent because we go to Oregon. And let's not forget, Paragon have beaten the tournament favourites Makers Academy on Oregon of all maps. That's a scary battleground to take onto a decider, especially against Paragon.
Now, I've got a lot of thoughts about Paragon on Oregon, but we'll definitely get into them. If Paragon are going to continue this, well, we're going to be talking about that quite soon. And I want to talk about this just a little bit more. We're seeing Paragon, they've struggled with adaptation, but that's not the problem for them at this point. This is something where the lack of adaptation is good because it's on the same side as PG Tips. Seeing, Kaz trying to get that melee peek, won't be able to get the shot onto Rep, but gets the information that they are going to try and go for this full-on roam clear the top floor. Something that should not take 5 rounds to get to. I have to keep driving this home point, and I know you have to as well, Kenny, because let's be honest, when you're trying to play in comp, you're in playoffs, you need to find what's going wrong and deal with it. Right now, though, we are going to see Milo bringing that C4. Taps is going to be able to find a kill onto Rep. And, well, Consulate, it's looking very strong for Paragon. They're playing a game of comp, whereas PG Tips, they're not even using rank strats. It feels more like casual strats. And I hate being this critical, but you're 5-0 down after winning a 7-2 map. There is something inherently wrong here that if you let Paragon get away with, they're going to be match point. You're going to lose every single attacking round. And right now, Paragon, they're a player up. They still have all that map control. They have those roamers in the wings, ready to come up and deal with you later. Taps, Kaz, they're both still problem areas that PG Tips need to clear out and just aren't committing any resources to, which is arguably even worse than going on the wild goose chase that the roamers take you on.
Yeah, on this side, the Iana isn't the biggest lost your attack. The Buck is still alive, and more importantly, Tex Rolo is still alive. He is a pivotal player for PG Tips who really just hasn't got going on this map. But the Skeleton Key is going to get to work on this floor, and the multi-dimensional usage of the skeleton key means he can open up not only the floor in Printer, but then further extend that destruction into the Teller's floor and get kills throughout 3 floors. Frenzy peeking down those holes does get a kill onto Milo. That's the pulse down. The main intel gatherer goes down, and Sparkins as well is getting that bomb down in sight. There's no intel from Paragon's defense. And now in a post-plant situation, Paragon need to find 3 kills. It's Kaz and Dilly's job to do that. Kaz finds himself in the Teller site and spots one player inside of Visa and nets the headshot. A 2 versus 2, but almost an impossible retake because Texrolo and Instate are situated above the bomb site. But a C4 gets expended and almost nets the kill on Texrolo. That could have been round changing, but 10 HP is 10 HP and Texrolo is still on the board. Kaz and Dilly. Now, with only 5 seconds left to start attempting this diffuser, it's going to be Dilly's job to cover, and he covers against 1, but Instinct, not Instinct, he goes down, Texrolo nets the kill, and it's too late for Dilly. Texrolo pad your stats, get the frag, and PG Tips finally win a round.
The emphasis on finally just sums up everything at this point. Textrolo staying alive, that's absolutely key. One thing I really need to draw attention to, realistically, Frenzy. As we do go into this side split and have a nice little pause, so this gives me time to talk about it. We have got Frenzy pushing in at the same time that plant is going down, and in doing so, well, it's very simple. Milo's already dead because of Frenzy pushing in with the Ash. At that point, you have your Ash pushing in, contesting another player. That information of where the planter is dead, well, that's gone as we do return to our lovely faces for just a little bit. As soon as Frenzy goes in, contests, tries to put the pressure on the bottom floor, yes, you die, yes, you don't do any damage or get a kill, but you're distracting the defenders. They're thinking they're winning a gunfight on somebody who could be trying to plant, when actually, in actual fact, the plant is going down in a much more favourable position. Textrolo stays alive, does that vertical play like you said at the start, but then that third element of the map of Consulate comes into play. That's the top floor, which is almost entirely self-destructible. You had those pre-placed lines of sight made for them. They knew what they wanted to accomplish. And finally, PG Tips are able to put a round on the board. The big thing for me is that this didn't feel like a game mode casual. This didn't feel like ranked at the very most. It felt like a very coordinated push. They knew what they wanted to achieve, and they were finally able to do it. Finding the opening kills, well, that just made life that little bit easier. The Pulse, a huge stick in the mud for them.
Yeah, the Pulse being the first death was pivotal in being able to get that bomb down. Because the Evil Eyes had been cleared by Frenzy on the Ash, there was no intel from Paragon to be able to know where that bomb's going down in sight. So the C4s would have had to been thrown just by chance, and you're guessing where that bomb is going down based off sound cues. And with so much gunfire raining around you, it's very difficult to actually hear where the bomb is going down. So a testament to PG Tips, but a testament that could come too late. They're already 5 rounds down, and that is, you're still on the back foot. You're still 4 rounds dire to your opponents, and something has to be exceptional on your defenses for PG Tips, because Consulate historically does swing in the attacker's favor. There's so many windows to be able to just choke the defense. And it's Paragon's job to do that on their attacks.
Yeah, they're on the home stretch right now. They're 5-1 on this first split. They are 1 round away from securing that overtime at least, and only 2 rounds away from securing Oregon, which is a really strong position to be in. I'd honestly look to see us go to that third map realistically. But what I really want to talk about is the defense, the attacking style we need to see from Paragon. We've seen them we've seen them struggle quite a bit. This is where they lost out against the Last Resort on their attack in that match overtime round. When they played Makers Academy in that league, they fell quite a bit to Apex. Actually, the last game I think I casted before he stepped back from the Makers Academy roster. But they fell quite easily to them. I think they didn't really pick up a single round on Consulate because they didn't have that coordination. They didn't have the game plan in mind of who should be doing what and who should be backing up each player, so they'd just be able to give away ones. However, a lot of adaptation has been seen. We've seen Paragon improve quite a bit, and especially when it comes to that bottom floor, that Archive Teller's hold, as soon as they lose the Pulse, yeah, that's horrible. They start to crumble. They already had 5 rounds on the board. And I think if there's a place to really start struggling on your defending side, well, it's at the end. Because granted, PG Tips have some momentum of finding a round, but you've still got 5. You only need 1 successful attacking round.
Heading back into the game, and Paragon sixthing onto that Thermite for what they believe to be a garage defense from PG Tips. The lineup pretty standard for a defensive setup. And a lot of teams have been bringing Ace to attack basement, and I just don't agree. Thermite opens up pretty much both panels 1 and 3, so you can sprint through them rather than vault through them, and that is the difference, because when you're stuck in a vault animation, you don't have that freedom to be able to hold different angles. You're stuck locked into facing straight in front of you rather than, say, flicking to the left or the right when you vault in the breach, and that could be the difference between winning and losing the round. Yes, the Ace has access to those smoke canisters, which can be useful for executing on garage, but when you're bringing an operator such as Jackal, who also has access to those smokes, it's just more harmonious to be able to get the best of both worlds. You're able to open up the breach fully to your advantage, and also have those smoke canisters on the Jackal to be able to cut off lines of sight for the defense, especially with those mirror windows in play. Those mirror windows are almost impossible to get rid of inside of security and cafeteria when you're not going above the cafeteria one. So, and Paragon, they're not going above, they're going flat, and with all 5 situated outside, oh my, we could see an NIP style garage rush, and it will be. There's no signal flag, but it's going to be the gunfire, and sprinting on in Milo's going to go straight for that plant as the bombshell of fire rains out, but Milo gets down by the smoke canister. That's huge. Sparkin's getting use out of that smoke, but still, Paragon are in the man advantage as Kaz finds himself in the bomb site fragging out, but he's not ready for Sparkins on an aggressive position upside yellow. Sparkins holding the round together so far for PG Tips. A 2 versus 2 with Bailey on low HP. Rep does swing and downs Bailey. Dilly's the last man standing, walking into a bounty, almost flicks to the head of Sparkins, but not able to land that crucial shot. Dilly now backs out of the garage and finds the Sparkins peak. An ill-advised peak means that Sparkins goes down and leaves his teammate all on his own, but Rep is up to the task. He has the mirror order and the aim to be able to execute the round, and PG Tips finally, yet again finally, the first round and now a second round. Potentially we're seeing yet again Paragon choke a long lead.
Operation Ignore Roam Clear is going incredible at the moment, but I think Paragon, that was the right decision for them, because the way that they position themselves on that wall was, they open it, they push, the plant is so immediately starting to go down. They're using that shock and awe factor, they're looking to just catch PG Tips off guard. In doing so, yes, they were able to flood in very, very quickly, find early kills, but PG Tips, they weren't as expanded enough as they needed to be for the utility to not make a difference. You had that Alder, you had the rotate around, you had the smoke canisters going off, suddenly you're in a 2 versus 2, you're seeing these players starting to fall like flies at this point, and the attackers, suddenly you're in a 2 versus 2, and then Bailey gets downed. Dilly has to try and find something, but it's just not going to happen. You find 1 kill on yellow, but the Alder, well, you just don't beat it. So lobby press is where we're going to see Paragon yet again try and take us through to match point, but we're not there just yet. PG Tips still have a huge opportunity to bring us through. They picked up 2 rounds in a row, 1 on defense, 1 on attack. Now can they keep it moving? They brought that mirror, they brought the Maestro. The pieces are in play here, Kenny.
Yeah, just bringing it back to that last round, I have to give testament to Sparkins. He gets his first kill of the match in round 7, but that is probably one of the most pivotal kills that PG Tips have got in this whole matchup. Getting the kill with the smoke canister on the initial plant of Milo. He was under a second from getting that bomb down, but the smoke canister choked him out. And a garage post-plant retake for a defense is one of the most difficult retakes in the entirety of competitive Siege. Anyone who's played this game on a medium to high level knows that you try and retake a garage post-plant when the bomb is planted front white van, good luck.
Yeah, honestly. I mean, I don't appreciate you attacking me by saying playing high to mid-level Siege. Not all of us can be Siege gods, you know. I've only ever hit Plat 2, I think I've plateaued at. But that's not important because, well, those who can't play cast, and that's why I'm right here. Kenny, you're an exception to the rule. You're a beautiful man, so you can play and cast at the same time. But what we're looking at right now is Paragon going for a roam clear. They have control of this admin area. They have control of printer. They're taking their time. They're getting the information. This is very nicely done. This is something we've seen Paragon do on CAF a few times. They took their time. They measured things out. But timing was a big issue. If PG Tips are able to start moving around and get that energy that we've seen before, well, things can be difficult. But Kaz is going to make sure Frenzy doesn't have that opportunity. The 2-speed Malusi will be taken away. But Rep playing that older nearly. I'm coughing because I was so excited to see if that older on the yellow stairs would be read into. But the Jackal is doing all of the work for the attackers. They know where they are. Instinct's going to get taken out by Dilly. And now Rep will have to take up that position. The roamers or PG Tips are still in play, but we'll have to think about coming back to site very quickly. That Jackal can cause quite a lot of issues with that one scan remaining.
A lot of map control that Paragon have. They have all 5 members situated all over the map, and more. There's an emphasis on the statue side as the initial attempt of pushing into the bomb site gets shut down by Sparkins with the SMG-11. The C4 goes out and could net 2. He does! But there's Rep actually with the second. Picking up that bomb is Bailey. He has the cover from the front door. Kaz with the R4. He has to work magic on the front door. And yes, shuts down Sparkins on the initial push through. But from above, retaking is Tex Rolo. And we talked about the importance of vertical control. When PG Tips attack this bomb site, they have done it themselves on their defense. Retaking above, Tex Rolo has those angles to be able to shut down the first plant and potentially the second. But he's gone back down to this middle floor. The live pings are still active on Kaz. And it's giving intel to the Ash and the Ash's position. Tex Rolo, a huge round for him to be able to keep PG Tips, start making them snowball rounds and bringing the deficit closer.
Yeah, now PG Tips, this is the position they want to be in. They've stopped Paragon on 5 rounds. Now they need to pick up 2 more. They've got 3 on the board. This is the position to really step up. Now, what I really liked, you touched upon quite a bit, Kenny, was that vertical play, was the ability of Textrolo to retake the top floor, because Paragon, they started executing onto site. They lost a couple of players to Rep and to that C4. In doing so, they didn't have the players to commit to the top floor. You've got Kaz playing on main. You have Bailey trying to plant, but Bailey loses control, loses the ability to plant because of that vertical positioning from Textrolo. Very good read, very good plays coming out. At that point, Kaz has to push in, try and get that refrag. Textrolo rotates to Spiral, and then you got Sparkins with the Maestro. At that point, the 2 players being where they were, there was just going to be a refrag. There wasn't going to be a plant possible. It would be a frag fest. Either Paragon, they'd have Kaz really stepping up huge, or you'd see a refrag. In this case, we didn't see any. We saw Textrolo being able to land the shots very nicely. And we will be going to Archive Teller's CEO making 0 appearances so far. And doesn't really surprise me, because the main point of CEO is slow everything down, catch the players in that admin area. But with that 20-second meta being taken away, it's a lot harder to do so. So the rest of the bomb sites are coming in, and Archive Tellers, well, it's got its own bit of a meta recently. And a lot of teams are very comfortable going there as long as you have that pulse on the board. Which PG Tips don't, actually.
Yeah, really interesting decision from PG Tips. But I think that they've actually countered exactly what Paragon are bring out. Paragon don't do a teller's take. They do a flat garage take through yellow. So actually bringing the bandit means that you solidify those mirror windows if Paragon go for that horizontal take. But now they've situated themselves on the CEO windows, so a slight change in strategy from Paragon. A really nice angle from Rep to counter the upside down repel from Taps. He's not able to land the all-important headshot, however. So Taps, his life's still intact.
Yes, now we're seeing the roamers on the top floor and on the bottom floor. They're just trying to slow things down. Frenzy with that bandit is going to be able to shut down this flat garage push, forcing Paragon to take control of CEO. In doing so, you see Dilly moving in, the opening player, looking to get some control, but still exposed to the potential of C4s, potential of these players roaming and catching them off guard. The rest of Paragon have to push in. That yellow stairs will be taken by Milo with the support coming in from top floor. But I don't think they know about Frenzy. The drone will be taken away, but Paragon need to get away from those yellow stairs. Get away from the roamer. Make your way to admin. You still have Bailey. You still have the sledgehammer. you can save this round, but you need to work fast. Half the round is gone. Timing has been a big issue for Paragon at this moment, and it's set to be so again. The 6th defender, as Delta Bacon, my friend, coined it. And, well, I think a lot of people have picked up on that because it's just so evident.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my head around Paragon's strategy here. I think they want to go flat, but they've taken down CO, and Kaz is going to engage with the first engagement on the map. He spots the elbow of Frenzy and nets the kill with the aggressive peek. So well played to Kaz there. Finally an opening kill for Paragon this time. And there we go. We're starting to waterfall. The kill feed lights up blue, and now they still have to execute onto site. 2 C4s down, however, so there's only still 1 left as Texroller has expended his elsewhere. It's going to be on instinct and with the use of the Evil Eyes, which probably will be cleared by this point because all 5 Paragon members are alive. Taps is situated on lower banana to stop the rotate up from the basement spiral stairs from PG Tips, and as the plant is attempted, instinct, is he in a position to deny it? It doesn't look like it because the bomb goes down, and now a really difficult retake trying to come up the Visa stairs. He is shut down. That is instinct after losing his C4, and Texrolo creeping up those Visa stairs as well as Sparkins. Sparkins, a really slow operator. Oh, what a shot, Texrolo. He couldn't net a second, but just doesn't press mouse 1. And now Sparkins, he has 4 kills to his name. He's going to have to make that 7 with his teammate on the floor. Evil Eye was still up to give intel that nobody was in the site, but there's no other intel on Milo's position here inside of Statue, and we do find ourselves on match point now. Questionable that the bomb went down with an Evil Eye still up in the Teller's bomb site. How is that allowed to happen?
Well, I think that's just the amount of pressure that was being placed on by Paragon onto the PG Tips players. Think about it as a player, as I know you've been in this position before. You're looking at this with a 3-player deficit. You know the plant is about to go down, and you've lost complete control of that top bomb site. In doing so, your main issue is not denying this plant, it's how you're going to retake it. As soon as you open that Evil Eye, guns are going to be looking at it. Paragon, they had their positioning really well down with the post plant. They were prepared. They knew what angles they needed to hold. And with finding that kill onto instinct, that refrag, well, you're just making life that little bit harder because you're forcing 2 players up Visa stairs. Paragon, they just want to play for the post plant. If there's a Maestro camera, like I said, they take it down. They get the plant down anyway. They get that post plant. That's exactly what we saw. PG Tips, they were focusing on the retake because that's where a lot of the meat in the meal was going to be. They had to deal with it, but they weren't able to. They had to push through, give one-on-ones. Frenzy was able to land a really nice shot. Well, the Malusi was able to land a really nice shot, but it didn't have that impact. You found 1 player out of 4. You need to find 3 more kills. Immediately, Paragon, they're saying, right, we keep 2 players above, and we send 1 to just go pad some stats. That's exactly what happened. Milo able to find some incredible kills to shut down that round. Paragon now, match point, and 1 round away from taking us to Oregon. Kenny.
Yes, you may see the scoreline of 6-3 and 1 round away, but 6-3, historically, a dreaded scoreline for Paragon. The 2 maps against TLR, the map 2 and 3 against TLR, they were 6-3 up on both, and both maps went 8-7. So the match is not secured yet. Paragon have to keep their wits about them. And boy, McCready, what are we seeing? A Rome Cliffer garage! Yeah!
Kenny, I believe this is the 3rd time that we're seeing Garage coming out, and it is the first time, this is the 4th time we're seeing Garage coming out.
Yeah.
This is the first time we're seeing a roam clear. Jackal's being brought out to get that information, opening that angle on top banana to see the rotate from Spiral. I never thought I'd be so happy to see a default take place. And I think Paragon, they're doing it. They're saying, okay, let's do this. That for Yellow Ping will come out from Kaz, looking to get the kill onto Frenzy, but all you need to do is get control. At the moment, that's all that's needed. Frenzy is playing below this hatch, is waiting, but Dilly's there with the kill to really start things off and start pushing us forward. Piano control has now fallen to the attackers, and the defenders, well, they need to sit pretty. They know a retake's going to be difficult, but a C4 will be not used, actually. It will be these breaching charges coming out from Dilly. The vertical play is going to come through. Milo, just sitting there on the cameras, you just wait until that utility is cleared off the wall, which, if you look at that operator lineup, it was never on. this will be opened up very easily. Paragon have that vertical control. PG Tips have to retake the top floor and then retake the garage and shut down the push itself. But Paragon have yet to lose a single player. This is a very, very strong position for the attackers. Oregon all but set on the horizon. PG Tips really need to step up with these Maestro cameras and smoke canisters if they want to win this out. The first of 3 canisters will go through. Taps will be down and taken out by Rep, but Bailey's gonna fall as well to Rep. Suddenly, that's what you want coming out from that Maestro. But is it enough to slow things down? 50 seconds left on the clock. A lot of the power positions of Pipes and Cafe still held by the defenders. Rep is going to be taken down. One of the top fraggers for PG Tips taken off the board. And the revive is coming out, keeping that 1-player lead. Kenny, 30 seconds. Time is ticking down. Paragon, they're going to push through. They know it. PG Tips know it. It's going to be a bloodbath. If Paragon can pull this off, they will show why you roam clear on Garage. But they'll also show that Consulate is now their map after losing to the Last Resort. 2 players on those yellow sets, one above, and Milo on the breach will start to make their entry onto the site. The push will come through. Milo, he's going to start getting that plant with the smoke canisters down. Instinct knows, but doesn't have the C4 available. Will have to go for the swing, and in doing so, exposes himself. Sparking's able to find Dilly. Milo will get that plant down as Kaz gets taken down by Instinct. Instinct will fall as well, but Textrolo on the flank is able to find one kill, make that 2. It's all down to Taps. Taps is on the yellow stairs in the post plan, and it couldn't be in a worse position. Will catch Sparkings, though, on that rotate around, trying to find the player. You should not give away that. You should be on that diffuser, which Textrolo is going to try and bait. The vertical play is there. That secondary shotgun can cause a lot of issues, but the question is, does Taps recognize this? Does he hear that vertical play start out? Says Textrolo predicts the shots will go either way. 10 seconds on the clock. Textrolo needs to stick this push, and Taps is going to close it down. And Kenny, Oregon is coming.
Wow, wow, wow. Finally, the first successful garage attack. And all it needed to be done was the ever-mentioned room clear.
I'm so proud of them.
I'm so proud. I feel like a proud father. Finally, my son has done something good. And Paragon, they do take map 2. They send us to the decider map. We've seen so many of these ECS playoff best of 3s go the distance, and this is yet another. Toodles, welcome back. Boy.
I am, my mind is trying to, it's basically racing right now, trying to actually come up with a bit of a narrative to see exactly how we encapsulate the 2 maps that we have witnessed thus far. And I think it's safe to say that Paragon, in the interim, in the break between Cafe and Consulate, must have ingested a life-endangering amount of caffeine, because they definitely showed up right here on Consulate, and basically the roles and the dynamic were entirely reversed. In that opening map on Cafe, Paragon, they were asleep at the wheel. They were making tons and tons of mistakes. PG Tips, they were more than happy to oblige, and they fully punished their opposition for doing so. And the exact same thing happened on Consulate, but it was mirrored in McCready. PG Tips, they found themselves on the back foot, having so many bad strokes of luck all across the board, left, right, and center. And Paragon, they felt at home. They were more than happy to just stick it to their opposition. And now, well, we're moving on to Oregon.
Yeah, I feel like looking at this is what Paragon needed. I thought they'd pick up Gav Dostoevsky, I have to be honest, and then would suffer to having to lose out Consulate and then go to Oregon, a map that they've also struggled on recently. So I'm looking at this and I'm saying, well, I'm seeing it going even. I can see it either way, because PG Tips, they had a breath of fresh air towards that end when they picked up those 3 rounds. But it just came down to Paragon doing the basics right. If they do it on Oregon, and if they can identify the problem areas from their last game, for example, when you think of bottom floor, the basement hold, they didn't have any roam presence at all. That's the big issue that I want to see them change. If they could do that, honestly, I can see them winning out the whole thing, as long as they keep the energy.
Yeah, definitely so. Paragon, as things stand right now, you've got to imagine that as things stand right now in the team speak, it's nothing but positive vibes. They're pumped, they're hyped to move into Oregon as well. But there is one little interesting tidbit of information that we have got to actually share with Twitch chat, don't we, Kenny? That is the fact that the opening map Cafe was Paragon's pick, and PG Tips were able to actually take that all to themselves. Map number 2, that was Consulate PG Tips' pick, and now Paragon They were able to seal the deal 7-3, moving on to Oregon, which is nobody's pick. It is simply the decider. It is the most basic, standardized, optimized war zone that we actually can't actually come across in Siege. So we know for a fact that this is going to require both teams to pull out all the stops and actually just flood the gates straight on, firing on all cylinders. But that's all left to actually see. It's just over the horizon. But before we actually do hop into a quick little break, there is still one thing that I did want to ask. And that is on the side of Kangaroo Kenny, PG Tips, now that they have suffered a defeat that was just as nasty as their initial victory, what do you think needs to happen in the team speak on the side of PG Tips for them to actually bounce back properly into Oregon?
I wouldn't be too worried if I was PG Tips. If we look at the grand scale of all three maps, Oregon, which of the first two maps does it resemble the most? It resembles Cafe. It's a more structured map. It relies on strategy and team play that we saw PG Tips excel at. Their strategies were ultimately better on Cafe. Yeah, everything that they did was to counter Paragon, and they did it to perfection. And if we see that exactly the same on Oregon, I think that PG Tips could win out this decider. But let's not forget that Oregon, it was a map that Paragon have played quite a few times so far, so they're well versed on it. They've beat Makers Academy on. They lost narrowly to TLR 7-5 on Oregon. Yeah. It's a map that they have gone round after round after round through the cogs. They've gone through the checklist. They know what they're doing on this map. So if there's a map to go to, it's this one to decide who goes home and who goes through.
That is basically the story at the end of the day. It's going to take all three maps. Our decider, Oregon, is just over the horizon, and it's going to be nothing but a bare knuckle brawl between these two squads because the gloves have indeed come off. The winner of this particular matchup is going to advance to stage 3 of the finals, and nobody wants to be left lingering behind. Don't go anywhere because we will be back in just a short couple of minutes to decide who progresses on further and who goes home. So stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the lower bracket final between PG Tips and Paragon. My oh my, it has been a rather interesting, intriguing, and downright outrageous best of three series thus far, with both teams having actually ran into massive concrete walls and the other just full on punishing them for doing so. It's been a really interesting dynamic that we have witnessed so far, with PG Tips having taken the opening map of Cafe 7-2 over Paragon, and then Paragon being able to return the favor later on Consulate, which is something that the vast majority of us did expect, given their previous performances against the likes of TLR as well. We knew full well that they were capable of actually taking Consulate all to themselves, despite the fact that it was PG Tips' initial pick. But now it is coming down to the wire. This is where both of these two squads' stamina, grit, and determination will be put to test, because our final war zone of the evening is going to be Oregon. There is no other map as linear and strat dependent as there is in the map pool other than Oregon itself. This is a particular map that each and every player and team should know like the back of their hands, but obviously in order to win things out, it's either just adding a tad little bit more innovation than the other, or at the very least just winning more gunfights than the other squad. So that's essentially what it's going to come down to, but obviously the question remains, who can do it better? Is it going to be PG Tips or is it going to be Paragon? To answer that question, let's go ahead and invite our casters once again, McCready and Kangaroo Kenny, so we can actually get their thoughts on who could potentially jumpstart Oregon off. Kenny, I'm going to go ahead and start off with you. Given our past couple, or the past two maps which we have witnessed, who do you think is arguably much more favored moving into this final decider map?
PG Tips, they won out Cafe 7-2, and that map closer resembles Oregon than Consulate does. Consulate can play into Paragon's aggressive playstyle. They play for the gunfights, they play for the picks, but they also have an underlying complexity to their strategies. And I think that Oregon is kind of a middle ground between gunfights and strategy, and that is why we see it be one of the most balanced maps in the competitive pool. After the utility meta has been sacked off, it's a really nice map to watch out and be played now, because it's the battleground, as you said. It is where teams can be decided and giants can fall. Maker's Academy fell on this map. Notably, last season, I mean, I don't want to bring up the personal touch, but Lions Creed fell on Oregon last season, and they were the tournament favourites. This season, Maker's Academy, I think, were the tournament favourites, and both teams have been beaten on Oregon. And that map, I think that going into this matchup, we saw the community vote heavily in favour of Paragon. PG Tips are the major team, but I think that they kind of are the underdogs, because Paragon have come through after some incredibly crushing victories.
Yeah, indeed they have. Throughout the regular season, I mean, I know for a fact that a lot of people were backing a Paragon, and they continue to support Paragon throughout this playoff series as well, and it definitely stands to good reason. Obviously, they have been able to technically fulfill that sort of dynamic of the Cinderella story, where they came in through the contenders division and they're being able to take down Titans. I was hearing a couple of teams and a couple of players and just people from all over the community touting them to be the Titan killers, McCready, because of the fact that they have been as dominant as they currently are. But given their track record, shaky start off to tonight's events, but they were able to actually swing it back into their favor. Do you think that they'll be able to continue and actually match that exact same success moving into Oregon, or do you think that PG Tips actually have a chance at giving them a run for their money and potentially closing it off in their favor?
Well, I think it's a very tough question to ask, and even harder to answer realistically, because we've just seen Consulate being taken by Paragon very easily. And granted, while Kenny has said, you know, Oregon, it's a very simple map. It relates a lot more to Kaf Dostoyevsky. It's one of those newer, more structured ones where it's not a case of who does the strats better, it's who does it better, who has that little bit of flair with it. On maps like Clubhouse, well, it's just a case of don't innovate. Do what is done. It is a map that is realistically solved. Everyone knows how to approach it. Oregon's a little bit different, having that adaptation, having that flair. It can bring something new to the table that gives you that advantage. But Paragon, they won Consulate by getting the basics done right. And I
Yeah,
think
they
that's
did.
the biggest advantage that they're going to have moving forward. It's where PG Tips struggled. They neglected quite a bit of roam clear. They neglected getting a lot of utility off the board before they went for a push. It's something we did see from Paragon as well. Granted, when they went for their first attacking round, they just rushed through Garage, didn't deal with any utility, and paid the price for it. But it's a case of, I'm going to lean towards Paragon purely on the fact that once they get started, they're really tough to beat down. And I'm expecting to see an overtime game, if not a 7-5 scoreline because of it. Preferably in their favor if you look at it from my objective point of view. But realistically, it could go either way. I can't say, Kenny, you're completely wrong. PG Tips can't win it out. Because they realistically can 100% win it, as Paragon can as well.
Yeah, definitely so. Keep in mind that we have yet to actually see a full 12 rounds between either of these two squads. And indeed, McCready, you did say that this particular decider map, Oregon, it just screams overtime because of the actual nature, the architecture of this particular map. And I think it's definitely on the table, and it's surely in the dining room as well. But we don't necessarily want to keep you guys waiting any longer because, well, it's already nearing up on 10 p.m. and these two squads, well, they've still got plenty of energy left in the tank and they don't want it to die out too soon. So we're going to be hopping on this pony momentarily and get Oregon kick-started off as soon as humanly possible. The winner is going to progress onwards to Stage 3, which is single elimination in the playoff stages, and the loser is unfortunately going to have to pack their bags and go home, even though they technically already home. They'll just have to alter for the game, and we'll be seeing them next season. But for the time being, we are just about ready to hop into the matchup, as I believe the majority of the R's are starting to cascade in through all chats. So, McCready, Kangaroo Kenny, this is going to be an absolute banger of a matchup. Take it away.
It is, and for the last time, goodbye. And I just want to say on a personal note, the jokes are a lot more funnier when you explain them, Two Doors, so thank you for that. I'm
Which
very
joke did I
grateful.
explain? Huh?
Packing the bags. You just went, well, no, they're already... I don't need to hear that. I know all of that completely. But here to explain everything is Kenny. Now, moving into this Oregon game, before we do wait just to get those bans on the board, we see the predictions coming up again. The words, evidently in favor of Paragon. But can we really believe the community at this point?
What does a community know?
Not how to roam
Look
clear
at
on
the staff.
console at bottom floor.
We don't even make predictions, so we're always the winner. And it will be Paragon start on the defense. Obviously, as time has passed, Oregon has been defender-sided. But we have seen a switch to becoming more balanced and more into a level playing field between either two sides. Shields are a huge factor in this match, and potentially we could see a Goyo ban, where my ban is very popular. I will be inclined to see even a Valkyrie ban. We saw how influential Valkyrie was on Cafe, and with Thatcher being banned, I think it allows you to be able to ban a Valkyrie. Some teams like to ban a Thatcher and the Cade, and we'll see if that does come out from PG Tips, but it won't be the Cade, it will be the Maestro. So the bulletproof intel on the bomb site is no longer for Paragon's defense, and the Evilizer have been something that I've noted in their Oregon defenses have been very strong, and for late rounds when there's a 2v2 at the end of the round, the Evilizer feeding intel for the defenders to play the situation right. They won't have those mirror windows to utilize the intel that you get one way onto the bomb site. Oregon is one of Mirror's best maps in my opinion, so it's not surprising to see her banned away.
Yeah, there's a lot of huge problem areas when you do have that mirror on the board. Think of your attic on the kids' push, think of your E-box, most importantly, on that bottom floor hold, and kids dining the kitchen dining when you have that meeting wall. But there's another ban that hasn't gone through that I really want to talk about. We haven't actually seen this operator once, and Rep is running them right now. You have got that Maverick on the board, will be 6 picked out to a Lion, so hinting at that aggressive playstyle, switching to a Jackal, saying maybe a bit more analytical, more, well, measured and careful, which is something PG Tips, they haven't played into as much as Paragon have when it comes to the attacks. But the Maverick's what I want to talk about. That Cade is still alive and kicking on the board, is being brought out by Bailey. On this site, it's not as big of a deal, because you can go below with your soft breach, you can clear it out. That's a huge position to be in. But when you think of your kitchen dining, there's an angle in that small office where you can start opening up that floor, that wall into showers, and flush out that showers player. On bottom floor, you can get that eat box hatch open. You can cause a lot of difficulties for the defenders if you bring the Mavericks. The PG Tips, leaving it on the board, they're doing themselves a real favor, and they take away the Ying that, well, I'm yet to decide whether this ban is a joke or if it's a legitimate target ban, because we've only seen the Ying one time.
Yeah, I think it's very targeted towards PG Tips' playstyle. And when you have an execute heavy map such as Oregon, having those smokes and those candelas on the board can be pivotal in making your execute work, especially because Oregon is such a enclosed map. Those candelas can get so much utility and utilization from them in sending out those 6 flashbangs each. An interesting change up from PG Tips. They're not going for the standard Attic Master push. We're seeing a West take through Small Tower. Paragon have set up for this, however. They've got the single wall in the kitchen to dining reinforced, so it allows them the freedom to play around kitchen. And the freedom allows them to take the gunfights. And Kaz, with a beautiful long-range shot, finds a head of rep and an opening kill on the side of Paragon's defense. Down goes the Jackal. Not a big loss to your attack so far. And as Frenzy and Texrolo move into dining, flurry of kills from Texrolo and Sparkins, down go that German duo of the Jaeger and the Bandit.
Yes, now the big thing I want to talk about is when you see Kaz rotating around, able to find a kill. Very good positioning for Paragon at the moment. However, Paragon, this is a typical way for them to play the site, but it's not the way they want to for this kitchen dining push. In doing so, you have those players ready to deal with it, but you don't have the utility, the ADS, the shields. In this case, PG Tips, they get on the aggression. They push forward. Textrolo is able to find 1 kill, and then you're seeing players being able to find a follow-up at the loss of your Jackal. You still have a Nomad on the board. That flank isn't dead completely. You don't have to worry so much. You can get control of the bottom right. Suddenly, that big window just opens up as a viable opportunity. Get rid of that big tower. You don't have a Maverick on the board. You get your Zephyr or your Ashe to rotate to class, open up the game's wall. You have to get into class to get that K-Claw because they've probably taken that position, but there's a lot of opportunity for the attackers. PG Tips in a very strong position. They know there's only 3 defenders, and they know that they're going to want to be on site as we do clock into that 3rd and final minute. One shot will ring out, but it won't find anything at the moment. PG Tips are doing a really good job of getting information and droning, knowing that now most of site is clear. Milo will find a drone, but that big window, like I said, that's open. You have 2 players there. The flashbang and smoke canisters will go off, as will a smoke grenade, but Frenzy's R4C will start herself, finding 1 kill. Takes quite a bit of damage. Kaz able to find a refrag, but your Cade has gone down. It's all down to Kaz. Sold the blank, gets aggressive, gets the kill. Looks for a second one, and can find the 4th. You're on for an ace. You're ready to shut things down. The defuser will be picked up by the Nomad, but it's down to Instinct to win this gunfight. Bailey is down on the ground, is in the down but not out state, and will be finished off by Instinct to push us into an actual 1 versus 1. The brief fire comes out and does damage. The HP favoring Kaz so much right now. Time is ticking down. This is huge, but Instinct goes around and gets the kill. And PG Tips will just about win this first round on Oregon.
What an opening round, a testament to both teams, especially Kaz on the Malusi. A 4K in a round, but a loss nonetheless. Unfortunate for him, he put up a fight to the attack strategy that PG Tips had set out. PG Tips came out on top. Instinct in the 1 versus 1 danced around that red bunk bed better than Kaz did. Kaz, he blocked his own line of sight of the entry into kids with his timed crossover, and it was unfortunate timing. Oh my god, it was a nail-biting end, and Instinct just managed to find the kill in the time allocated. A really good attack from PG Tips. They almost threw it away as the cover from White Stairs and Big Window was not there. Kaz was allowed to just run through and deny the initial plant, and then he had his wits about him to kill the player top White Stairs who was too late to the party. Instinct, however, he was up to the task in the 1 versus 1. The support player, one of the longest or the longest standing members on this roster, finds PG Tips their first round, and an opening attack on Oregon puts them in good stead for the rest of the matchup.
Yes, but the big thing for me is I'm looking at this and I'm saying that's a 1 versus 1. PG Tips nearly got aced on by Paragon. That's a very good position to be in, and I'm not surprised to see us going back here again. PG Tips, you can do exactly the same thing you did before, but you can rotate around. You can go for a more default push. Use the adaptation. You've got the Maverick that's hinting at it. You haven't been stop buttoning construction. Dilly saying, okay, maybe they're going for the small tower again. But the presence has been noted over towards that master bedroom armory side. Because of being over in this side, you're able to get that armory control. You can get the meeting control, rotate around. You can ignore these players down below, but with the Cade Claw possibly being placed on the roof, well, you don't really have the opportunity. Frenzy will move in and expose himself. The vertical play will be done and called out, most importantly, but the Cade Claw can't be found. It will be taken away. The Cade Claw will try to go off, but the ace charge is there as well, and will open up game's wall. Suddenly, the line of sight over towards Attic is there. PG Tips, they're in a good position. They need to get the second end of the prong, and they need to have the flank watch. Textrolo will call out his drone's just been shot, but by this point, you're seeing Textrolo and Frenzy running around. They don't care. They don't need to worry. Taps will be on the white stairs waiting to hold the site as long as possible, but a minute 46 on the clock, not a single frag yet, and very, very one-dimensional push set up by PG Tips. They don't have that big window presence or the big tower. They're going to want something more than funneling in through games and trophy.
Instinct situated inside of Garage is going to be a position that I don't think the members of Paragon will be expecting. He's holding down that flank through Zulu on his own drone, and also has the air jabs to be able to shut down the rotates below. So there's no worry of a C4 for the players of his teammates inside of Master and Trophy. But what they have to worry about is the gun on Dilly. He gets the opening kill onto that player of Instinct as he rotates up through the armory stairs, so he falls off that flank watch and gets punished for it. Dilly is always positioned inside of swamp area with a C4. No longer with a C4 in hand, so he can't deny a plant if the player of the ace manages to get to the default position. A beautifully timed nade does shut down Dilly. And now Sparkins has the potential of vaulting through the breach. Another kill for Rep the Maverick, and the player on the Kids Rappel doesn't get hurt, and it's all falling apart for Paragon's defense. The push into the bomb site as both remaining defenders are below. Sparkins planting a default position could be seen up through these holes, but Kaz isn't in the correct position to be able to utilize them. The bomb goes down, and Taps is seen on the flank up armory stairs. Finds one, but quickly traded by Rep. A 1 versus 3 now for Kaz to retake up the white stairs. The upside down rappel of Texrolo is going to be nightmarish to deal with, and especially with 10 or so, 20 or so HP on the Malusi, he's not going to be able to make it work. PG Tips with 2 attacks to start us off on Oregon. Wow, they are showing up huge.
This is exactly where I wanted to see PG Tips change it up. Now, I criticise them for not having that presence. They only went in through Trophy Door and through Games Wall. They call it JD, that's what my unit team call it, but that's not important because that's not the actual call. It's Trophy Door, and it was the concrete. They pushed through JD. Yeah, okay, right. There's a whole long-winded story. It stands for Johnny Depp. And we were thinking, oh, we need a call-out for this place. We don't have anything set. So let's just think of the random thing. And this is when all that Johnny Depp stuff was going on.
Okay.
And we said, okay, well, we're going to make a statement in our call-outs and support Johnny Depp. So it's called JD now. Or Captain Jack, or whatever. So, but I think JD stuck the best. But ignoring that, PG Tips are able to put Textrolo onto that kid's window, like you said, not being heard by the defenders, able to pick up a kill. That's that secondary pressure that you need, because suddenly the rotates, it doesn't come down as easily now. You've got to deal with that Sophia, who will A, try and kill you, and B, call your position regardless of what happens. So, you're resigned to that bottom floor play, and in doing so, you have to try and stop that plan. Watching this VOD, I think Kaz is going to be absolutely kicking himself seeing how close that was, but we're heading to the bottom floor. One thing I've spotted from Paragon is very, very difficult here. They don't have the roam presence. That's the biggest issue for me. They have struggled to defend this site without a roamer. And even when this has been called out and pointed out, they haven't implemented anything. They let the attackers get control of Big Tower and open up this hatch and do nothing about it. Most importantly, the most they do is they'll maybe put taps on those tower stairs. I want to see something different and something new. You have an elbow hold, you have a pillars player, you have all the power positions at the moment. Maybe extend a little bit, get that roamer, lead them on a chase, don't let them get comfortable.
I think that this site plays out similarly to how Clubhouse Basement plays out. You can sit comfortably 5 members of your defense on the site or in and around the bomb site without feeling like you're too bunched up. There's so many positions that you can play with 5 members. Elbow, you can play barrels door, you can play pillar, you can play e-box aggressive, and then have one player situated on the freezer / laundry side to just hold for a lurk down either of those staircases. It's a viable strategy, and especially when Paragon are bringing 3 C4s to be able to kill any aggressing members in through E-Box or deny plants with their smoke canisters and C4s, it's a viable strategy. And that's what we're seeing from Paragon here, doing the basics. And we noted that they were doing the basics well on Consular, and that's why they won out that map. And now PG Tips can't bring out a wacky strategy to attack top floor, like just going through big window. It's going to be the set-in strategy, clearing the elbow shield, clearing the ADSs. There's also a barrel shield to worry about that Taps is playing on. An aggressive peek up, and Taps and Milo time their peek duo to perfection, and they net 2 kills from it, and a third. Taps beautifully timed teamwork with Milo, and they net profit. Taps, however, gets shut down from E-Box hatch. But the work is done. The Jaeger and the smoke making quality through the bunker area. And it's all up to rep now as Texrolo falls on the rear tower stairs. A C4 gets thrown out. And Paragon, their first commanding round in Oregon. And they're showing why they beat Makers Academy on this map.
Very nicely done from them. I've criticised them quite a bit about this roam presence, but it just wasn't needed at that point. You had the Maverick opening the hatch, which is the big reason I say you need the roam presence, because you need to put some pressure on there, in my opinion. But what we saw from PG Tips was they just tried to get control of that blue. In doing so, they exposed themselves to Taps and Milo. Definitely a lot of coordination going on, a lot of cohesion and synergy between those 2 players, peaking at the exact same time, finding a 3rd kill, having the opportunity to refrag in the case of Taps as well. Yes, Taps got taken out by the Maverick on the hatch, which, you know, that's fine. You've just got 3 kills down in blue. The entire push has just been stunted, and Fiza is down. You have a player in hatch and a player on tower stairs. The Goyo just goes for a swing, he gets the kill. Then you're seeing Maverick rep trying to drop and trying to put pressure on. You pop the Goyo shield, well, now you're stuck in E-Box. The C4 comes through alongside the peak with Goyo. There's nothing you can do. Paragon, very comfortable of a round, but they are returning to Kid Storms. I'd say, after losing it twice, try Kitchen Dining.
Certainly so. Something has to change here for Paragon. The 2 pretty, although the first round did come down to a 1v1, I have to say 2 pretty convincing top floor attacks from PG Tips. They looked like they knew what they were doing. They knew what had to be done to shut down Paragon. And we do see something different come out from PG Tips. There is a Kali on the board. They're bringing the duo hard breach of the Ace and the Hibana rather than the Ace and the Maverick. Obviously, with a Thatcher band, you need that Kali to remove the Cade Electric Claws with ease. You don't have to send Ash below to destroy the floor up through Classroom. You can just send one Kali charge on the wall, job done. And yes, Kali is a difficult operator to utilize. Her bolt action sniper rifle is not comfortable for most players to use, but she has a secondary automatic sidearm of the SPS-9, and that gun, Bailey, his C4 gets shot down, but he says, who cares, I'll just pre-fire and shoot Instinct in the face. The opening kill onto that aforementioned Kali, not a big loss after the wall does get open, so Instinct had done his job.
Yes, but the big problem is a rotate to Big Tower is now realistically off the table. You've just lost 2 players, now you're committing a lot of resources just to getting into the site at this point. That Kali I was going to talk about now. Most of the time I see players use a utility, then switch to that secondary when it comes to the building. But Dilly is going to be using the primary and making it sing in attic, finding a kill on 2 Sparkings. This is a different type of Paragon. They're prepared for a default push. This is what they wanted. Huge plays going out from Dilly and Bailey at the moment, really starting to show why Paragon deserve to win and deserve to stay even with PG Tips. But time now is going to be stalling out for PG Tips. They're just going to be slowing down. They're not really sure what they want to do. Bailey with a quick peek will spot Frenzy, but will not be trying to land the shots. Textrolo has to take over that position in the closet, but Dilly's holding it. Right now, you're seeing Paragon locking down lines of sight and isolating the attackers to take unfavorable gunfights. Now, they will get the defuse and they will rotate around, but they need to play together. If they go for a divide and conquer opportunity, well, they'll be playing right into Paragon and giving them those kills, giving them those freebies, and that's just not something you can allow. Textrolo, though, is going to give it a go, looking for that clean shot onto Bailey, which just isn't going to come out. Frenzy will play below, doesn't know about this player bottom line, doesn't know about the Malusi, does some damage, but the Textrolo's not on the window. Taps is going to get the kill, and Bailey is going to get another one to add to the collection. Paragon picking up a flawless round on their Kid Storm's defense. And, well, you can't really fault them. They played that to perfection. They took away that bench, they took away the Kali after the C4 got taken away. Bailey just getting aggressive. PG Tips weren't ready for it.
I always say that if a team reattempts a bomb site after losing it twice, they are going to drastically change something. And Paragon, they played the site way more aggressive. They took the initiative and took the gunfights with that onto PG Tips. They just peaked. They won their gunfights. 3 headshots from Dilly and the Cade combined. Was it? I can't remember who was on the Cade. It was Bailey.
Bailey, yeah.
3 headshots combined, and that was that. It was almost round done with those 3 opening unanswered kills from Paragon. PG Tips left in a 2 versus 5. Textrolo and Frenzy had it all to do, rotated through Zulu, weren't ready for the Malusi position inside of Shower's corridor. And that was that. We're now seeing 2 rounds on the board to either team. So, if either team is going to bring something new, it can be on Dining and Kitchen. There's still things that we are yet to see. I've seen one-time attempt of a small tower hold. TLR, they defended small tower with a frost. She had frost mats on both small tower windows who were aided by the frost shield, 3 ADSs up top and 3 mute jammers. It was a hard hold of top small tower. That won't be coming out for Paragon, so PG Tips won't need to worry about it. But they're going to have to worry about Bailey with the impact trick inside of Showers. He has those 2 impact grenades to be able to impact through these feet holes that he is aiming through. Thank you very much, Bailey, for showcasing that off for me. While I do my little bit of an analysis, he's able to destroy those X-Kairos charges that go onto the wall. But obviously with the Hibana change, Rep is going to be able to shoot out 2 X-Kairos to bait out the impacts. And the impacts will run out before we run out of X-Kairos.
Well, that is assuming that they don't actually pull Dilly in to rotate with the 2 impact grenades of their own. This can be done, however, you're seeing Frenzy and Sparkins taking control of this top floor in Small Tower. They don't have control of Kids, and I want to point out to the fact as well that we're seeing Paragon, only 1 round have they lost that hasn't been incredibly close. Now Rep will be trying to get these lines of sight open. Textrolo will be able to find a kill onto Kaz with that Claymore, and Bailey's able to answer with the gun. Now they have switched positions. Bailey's going to be playing 90. Dilly with the impact nades is going to be looking to contest Rep. But the question is, with half the round gone, how much more time do PG Tips want to commit to this? Frenzy can cover the rotate as long as they go into Dining. But if they just rotate around 90 and get aggressive, you can really choke out PG Tips at this point. They don't have enough map control to really pull back. They're already up against a wall. They're not in a great spot to be in right now. Textrolo will burn the ADSs on that breach, with that wall being open thanks to Rep and Sparkins, the work that they've been doing. But Dilly playing on the 90 offers a lot of opportunities. A, you can cover down that 90 corridor, make sure Bailey is alive. B, you can peek this breach. you and the rest of Paragon, you're still alive, you still have that control, you still have the hatch. So a plant next to the bomb itself is going to be impossible. Dilly going to make Textrolo doing anything else impossible as well, but Frenzy's there with a refrag. One smoke canister will go through as the plant will go down. They're out of line of sight. Tapsy will drop down and look for the retake, but Milo's just going to push forward and find a kill up to Rep. It's a 2 versus 2. The retake has to take place, and Taps is going to find one. Now it's all down to Sparkins playing that mini tower angle all the way by Showers. Isn't going to be able to land it, and Paragon will take the lead. Taps, do it. You won't kill him. Weak. I mean, well played.
Why? PG Tips, have I seen... Why have you thermited the wall above the site wall when there's no denial on it? Yes, I can't get my head around it. You're then forced into vaulting through the breach. We saw, even if there was an attempt at the defusal in a 1 versus 1, you're fully covered behind that reinforcement. Questionable utility usage from PG Tips. Why would you just not out and out thermite the wall? Why have we gone above to thermite the floor? I know you get the buy one get one free, as it were. You get the vertical play and the wall open with 1 exothermic charge, but you've got breaching charges on Frenzy. There's very little vertical play that needs to be opened up inside a small tower, that 2 or 3 breaching charges will do it. And I think that the lack of coverage in the post plant is down to that reinforcement being half closed. Sorry, it was just a strange use of the exothermic that I think if that wall is fully open, the post plant coverage is way better from PG Tips, and they're not forced to take those aggressive gunfights, because if Paragon get into a position to disable the diffuser, PG Tips are in a bad spot.
I think that position applies a lot more if you have a lot more attackers left on the ball, but what we saw was Bailey and Dilly really just stepping up huge, as Taps is going to look to do with that run out, doing damage onto Frenzy, then just pulling it back and playing safe. In doing so, you have somebody holding above, you pull back. If we could have seen Sparkins getting back up to that area, then maybe we would have seen something different, but that wasn't the case. Paragon were able to win it out. I'm personally in favor of getting that wall open using that method. It saves you from the runouts, but We'll see that next time we go to that site. We're currently seeing whether Paragon are going to find a 4-2 split, find 4 unanswered rounds on their defense, or if we're going to see PG Tips being able to bring one back. This round, a lot of the legwork was done by Milo and Taps, so you don't want to see PG Tips committing everything to it again. They don't have that diffuser nearby. They're just very carefully exposing Instinct and Frenzy to it, keeping the attention of Paragon. That's the key play here. You carefully peek it, because you have multiple angles looking at it, but that Maverick will start opening the hatch. Dilly will pull off that pillars just in case, thinking, oh, maybe a flank, that could be interesting here. But right now, Rep's going to be doing a lot of the legwork. This E-box is opened up, which would be great if there was A, utility on the wall, B, a player playing there, and C, nobody on pillars. However, none of those conditions apply. Now, Rep has a frag grenade and can drop it down to get rid of Dilly's go shield and open up that pillars position. If he does so, well, that forces Dilly and Kaz to push back that little bit, and you can utilize that advantage to start moving your players forward. Suddenly, PG Tips, they can move into blue, they can contest Milo, they can contest pillars, start getting some map controls, and Frenzy is looking to do exactly that. That shield will just be taken down, and the pullback will be done by Milo. Suddenly, blue is opened up. PG Tips, with a drop into E-box, are in a good position.
The C4 gets expended and doesn't net anything. Rep takes a little bit of damage, and look at that. 3 lit members on PG Tips. They have the map control, but not HP in their advantage. Sparkin's also getting lit up, and playing aggressive inside of Highway is the Goyo. He gets shut down, but a refrag comes out from Milo. A really well-timed double peek. Taps cleans up the kill onto Sparkins. Now, with 35 seconds left, another downed member on PG Tips. Down goes Instinct. Milo or Taps, I think, got that frag, peeking aggressively through Highway. crosswall gets opened up by the Maverick, so they have an extra added angle onto the bomb site. Rep, another down. It's pretty much just trading who's being down and who's being picked up, but this is dwindling the time for PG Tips. Texrolo's looking for a pick and potentially an entry into the bomb site. He makes it. He doesn't find anyone inside a freezer, gets choked out by the toxic gas and walks into a crossfire. Instinct will attempt that initial plant, but Kaz plays aggressive and denies it. The trade from Rep, he picks up the bomb for this denial, but Bailey wins the gunfight in the remaining covering player, and Paragon holds strong for the 4th defense as we swap the sides in a 4-2 advantage.
Paragon stepping up absolutely huge here. Like I said, PG Tips were in a great position. They had the opportunity to get rid of that Pillars player. They did that. They took control of blue. They had that tower presence and the hatch open up. But it was gunfights. It came down to a lot of trades and Paragon being able to refrag themselves by placing themselves in the positions and swinging together. In doing so, then you're looking at PG Tips. They're still committing a player to the plan. They're dealing with the utility of the smoke canisters. The C4s are still on the board. And at that point, well, Paragon, they're just playing it tight. They're landing their shots. You can tell that they are warm and feeling it. Moving forward, though, onto their attacking half. This is where PG Tips want to do a lot of the legwork and pick up their rounds. They're going to Kid Storms. Are we going to see a bottom floor hold? I'd like to see that, because Frenzy on the Malusi or Textrolo on the Jaeger could do a lot of damage on a flank if executed properly. Bailey does have those air jabs, and, well, maybe even if we see, forgive me God, for what I'm about to say, a roaming mute with a jammer in pocket. That's something that Paragon just probably won't expect at all. However, being a lot more realistic, even with the Cade on the board, you'd want to keep those mute jammers for that drone denial and all the other utility denial that it includes with us moving into this new season of Crimson Heist.
Mute's in a very interesting spot. I think he is one of the most versatile and strong defenders at his job. He has a shotgun to open up holes and rotates for his team. The SMG-11 is the best time to kill gun in the game. It has a maximum possible fire rate with 35 damage. It is a machine at tearing down people. He also has a C4 and 4 mute jammers that work at denying drones, denying hard breach, and now with Crimson Heist, as you spoke about, denying claymores and air jabs as well. He's just such a strong operator that you'd be a fool not to bring him in his current state. Obviously, the Maverick is going to counter that mute directly. Any jammers on the wall are going to be completely ignored because of the Maverick blowtorch. He's able to open up that attic, and a more conventional attic master take from Paragon this time. We didn't see an attic push at all from PG Tips, so they have to obviously defend this, whereas Paragon didn't on their attack. The main breach in master gets opened quite easily. I saw an air jab go down onto the JD door. Normally there'll be a mute jammer.
You said it. Hello.
Normally there'll be a mute jammer on that door, so if there is, that air jab's going to be obsolete.
Yeah, now I'm looking at this and I'm saying, Milo, you're taking it very, very careful with this hard breach that you've done. What you've got right now is you're covering that couch's safe position. You're going for the peak when you want to find that kill onto Instinct and open up the attic. In doing so, a lot of that utility is now gone. That shield is still there, granted. The ADS is still there. Now, there is a mute jammer on that trophy door, which can lead to aggression, but think about it. You're a defender. You hear that air jab. Do you want to risk it when you're trying to get aggressive? Do you want to risk anything at this point? Bailey will be using those flashbangs, whiffing one of them and blinding some of the teammates, but we'll wait to go again. But the attic push is coming in hard now. Milo can shut down any rotates from the attic. It's all down to whether Rep can land this shot and whether he's pre-fired appropriately, in my opinion. Taps is able to find Textrolo, trying to go for the flank. And now we're seeing a 3 versus 5. PG Tips, they have time in their favor. They can win this out, but it needs to be on the back of something huge. The players are going to start pushing for Paragon very, very soon. Time is to get down. The drones are going through, and they're avoiding that mute jammer. So Rep immediately knows, well, they're going to be pre-firing me. Let's play it a little bit safer. That's what I want to see. The pre-fire comes out, and Bailey will fall. A 4 versus 3 with half the round left. Taps has rotated to the big window, and we'll be able to take down Frenzy. Sparkings and Rep now have to get aggressive. The C4 from Rep, not in pocket, but the audio of the plant going down. The Banshee as well, but he goes in and gets taken out by Kaz. It's all down to Sparkins, and Dilly will pick them up on that kid's window. And that is Paragon very, very comfortably picking up a round. And honestly, that's textbook that I'm looking at.
I've noted before in their games on Oregon, Paragon's top floor attack is one of the best I've seen out of any team in ECS this season. Just the way that they approach the top floor offense it works so consistently. I have seen Paragon win an attack on kids' dorms more often than they've lost it. And especially for the primary bomb site for pretty much every team. That is a testament to how good they are attacking this map, and especially kids' dorms. Pretty much flawless. There are 4 members left alive, and I think that with Maverick being unbanned, you've got 4 nades on Paragon's side to be able to flush out those anchor positions, notably inside of Attic, that is going to be held. And when you can flush out the player in Swamp, with 4 frag grenades, you can take Attic pretty easily. And once you have that Attic presence, you can transition that into pushing onto the bomb site. So PG Tips, they don't want to reattempt that top floor. We saw Paragon stick out for 3 attempts before they were able to be successful on their top floor defense. PG Tips say, we're not up for that job. That attack was pretty darn good. Let's head down to the basement, secure a round, and not go down match point.
Yeah, I think going on to your defense at the very start when you're at this round deficit, you lose nothing by trying something new, because it's an attack that Paragon might not be ready for. They might not be prepared to deal with this. They might expect you to go back there, and then they might not bring the right lineup. Now, Oregon, it's a map where you can't really bring the wrong lineup unless you bring some really out there picks, let's be honest. But Paragon, they're going to be going for a similar clear that we saw PG Tips doing. And the roam clear, it's a big issue that a lot of teams have struggled with, both teams have struggled with today, but right now Paragon, they're making sure they don't.
2C4 used on rotate/hatches. That is big utility lost on the side of PG Tips' defense, and they are situating themselves to stunt the growth of this west side take. Frenzy on top white stairs I don't think has been droned out yet. The emphasis of the drone work is on Textrolo inside of kitchen, and he may just be a distraction to allow Frenzy to creep down the white stairs. And yes, he creeps down the white stairs and gets a kill on Dilly. Instinct elsewhere gets a kill on the Zafir, pushing aggressive as well. And the round is falling apart here for Paragon. Frenzy running across the top floor and getting kills from it. He downs the diffuser top armory stairs. Now Bailey and Kaz have a masterful plan that has to come out from their brains to be able to win out this round, because the rest of PG Tips, they've fallen down to the bomb site.
Now, you have Kaz going down Freezer and Bailey poising themselves to head down for that main lobby without that cam going off. Well, Kaz knows that they're undetected, and without having to shoot it, there's nothing giving the name of the game away to PG Tips. As you can see, Instinct is right behind that box. Will come off the camera and find that kill, and suddenly Kaz will fall. Bailey in a 1 versus 5 will not be able to find one, and Frenzy will give PG Tips that 5-3 scoreline. But, well, Kenny, the past has a way of repeating itself, as we've seen ourselves here before. And what happened?
Well. The history books don't favour Paragon in situations where they are 3 rounds good. So, especially, they're on the attack. They are the ones that have to put the pressure on the defense. They have to be the ones making the plays, putting the initiative on them to win the round. If they just sit back and wait, PG Tips aren't going to give them the kills. PG Tips can sit and wait out the time. We saw on Cafe, time be Paragon's biggest enemy. It wasn't even PG Tips themselves. That 3-minute clock was their biggest enemy. There were their first 4 attacks. 3 of them were lost on time. And the 4th, the final member died with like 2 seconds left. So pretty much all 4 rounds came down to them fighting the clock. And if they follow suit, where we see them now on a dining kitchen attack, historically teams like to clear the top floor presence to be able to execute onto the bomb site, and that means you have to take a lot of map control, worry about the hold inside of kids and dorms in the top white area, and then actually transition that onto the bomb site. It's very similar to Reading Room and how that plays out on Cafe, and here we see Rep get so much worth. Already 3 drones down in Paragon's prep phase. That is a 1 prep phase inside in the ranks of PG Tips. And Rep, he's going to be working that time stall by holding T3.
Now, looking at Paragon's attack, they have that presence nearby to deal with it. Take control of Attic, push forward, get control of kids. That's when the vertical play comes in. What I want to see is maybe rotate Dilly around to small tower. You can get that angle I talked about, flush the player out of showers. No matter how much utility, how many impacts you have, you can cause a big issue. But Rep is looking to do exactly that in Rafters. This, PG Tips, is where I talked about before. You want to be able to put the pressure on and start winning your rounds. Now, if you lose another one while you're on match point, you're only playing for overtime, and now you're still in it to win it. Rep is going to be taking this early gunfight with Dilly, but the roam clear into kids is going to also take place. Milo in support will be able to shut off Rep if he wants to rotate through Attic. He doesn't have the utility to get him out, and with 2 players of Paragon playing there, he's not going to have the opportunity. You're going to see 1 player position on 1 window, Dilly rotating around to the southern side. Well, realistically, it doesn't matter how good you are, Rep is dead. And Taps is just making it a formality at this point, finding that kill. The big tower's open. You can move into Attic. You can start clearing things out. But the name of the game for PG Tips was wasting time. Was it enough? Well, as you approach the halfway point in the map, small tower still is in favor of PG Tips. Paragon have all 4 of their players, or 5 of their players over towards that kid's dorm. They have the information. They have that Gemini being taken away, knowing that Frenzy is playing nearby, but they have a Maverick opening the hatch. The players will now drop and now prepare for a kitchen side push. The way that PG Tips want to do this is they want to get a flanking player, maybe get a small tower hold, but Paragon, the time is ticking. That Valcam only just got taken away there, Kenny. This could be interesting, as it's set to be a bloodbath at least.
Yeah, and look, that Paragon are shaping themselves for a meeting take into kitchen. They haven't even attempted to take small tower, so they still have to take time to drone out meeting, drone out main lobby, and make sure that the coast is clear so that they can open up that meeting wall into the kitchen bomb site. Taps is going to situate himself above, opening these vertical angles above the security room. That is the room on the exterior of the bomb site that helps the defenders deny a plant behind that that metallic box inside of kitchen from meeting. Time's ticking down, McCready. 20 seconds left, and Paragon have only just opened up the site wall, and Frenzy finds himself inside of the main lobby on a flank, but not able to land the shots. Taps pushing down the white stairs, and PG Tips working the timer to their effect, but Milo's getting the bomb down on a flank through white stairs means that Ian is able to get the kill. Sparking sounds the diffuser with 2 seconds left. He can't stay alive. Kaz shift Wing. He had to beat the timer and find the kill onto Sparkins, and he just did it.
Oh my lord, Sparkings, that was so close. You were able to get that. You rotate into meeting, go into split. That's the round 1. But no, understandably, he didn't want to. He wanted to pull back and play it safe. But then Kaz, just finding the kill onto Textrolo, well, just wanted to rotate around, had to get onside that plant. You knew where Sparkins was playing. You had a player swamp. You get a player inside kitchen. You just pinch them. And so, we're going to see Paragon on match point, series point, to push him through to the next stage of the ECS Winter 2021 playoffs. A huge position to be in at the moment in T4 EU Siege. And, well, they're fighting well enough to be there. But, Kenny, they've got to attack kids' dorms again, and well, from what we were talking about and how PG Tips defended this site last time, well, Paragon are in a really, really good position. PG Tips, that was the round to win.
That was a round to win, and hindsight, Sparkins, if he goes into meeting, he wins the round, as you said. And it's just those moments of frantic frenzy that you make those split-second decisions that win or lose the round. Sparkins, he looks back on that and he's going to kick himself, because there's no player in meeting if he's managed to sprint through kitchen and deny the plant. His team's falling around outside of the bomb site. Instinct died inside of dining to Kaz. Kaz pushing down the white stairs. He knows that Kaz is either going to be in security or pushing through dining. So repositioning to meeting is the ideal spot. But hindsight's 2020, and PG Tips don't win that round, unfortunately. They now need to win the next 3 to keep themselves in the ECS playoffs. And it is something that Tex Rolo is bringing himself to. And he does find the head of taps. The opening kill goes to PG Tips for the first time in the past 3 rounds.
Realizing that that Paragon, they enjoy that big tower presence, finding the early kill, pulling back. You're not only getting a pick for your time, you're wasting time itself. PG Tips, they're saying to Paragon, you need to clear us out, you need to do a full drone. We are here, we are waiting, and it's a case of, you don't need to necessarily be there to apply that pressure. It's the same as a mirror window, as you don't always have to be right there behind that window for people to think you're being watched. Now, we are going to see another C4 taken away. Kaz, off the window, the breach will get opened by Milo, but you now have a 2-player deficit. Realistically, with Instinct not having any pressure on big window, Dilly is going to be taking him away. I was corrected a little bit there, the caster curse. I got punished for making a bold statement, but that's not enough at the moment. Paragon, they still need to get one more thing to even us out, because remember that defender time clock is also going to pay attention. Dilly is going to look to do it by landing that damage onto Rep. Will not be able to land the kill, and now, with Rep holding that position, pretty damn comfortable. That wall behind them, still completely safe. So, you're seeing the Maverick rotate around. 2 versus 4 over towards that kid's side. And now the utilities start to come through. Paragon, they might be saying, okay, let's try and win this round, but if we don't, we have 2 more to go. And that's what they're going to have to say, is Sparkins is able to find another kill. Dilly will rotate him onto the big window. They're trying to get up a crossfire through these lines of sight. And Milo might just be able to net 2 if PG Tips break. The Melusi on those white stairs, wanting to peek. You know Frenzy wants to peek, but they're just playing it safe. They're saying no. Probably holding the angle. Don't do it. So Milo will rotate around to that trophy door, or JD door as I call it, but Frenzy is still there. Has that MP5. The crossfires, PG Tips, they waste time, and Sparkins picks up for it, as Milo is able to find an answer, but needs 3 more to close things out.
He's going to work his way into Brick Dora. Banshee will stunt his progress and slow him down and put him into the gunfire of Frenzy. Another huge round from the MP5 wielder of Frenzy. And PG Tips stay alive. 6-4 now the scoreline. They have 2 more defenses to keep themselves in the playoffs. It's a tall order, but Paragon, they've been here before. They've lost a 3-round advantage and been sent to overtime. PG Tips, they could force this. They could know that Paragon, I don't want to say are choke specialists, but we've seen it happen before. They've been on the precipice of a victory. And they lose it. And then they lose the map 8-7. I don't want Paragon to lose this, but I want it to go to overtime.
I do as well, because what we're seeing right now is PG Tips. They're taking a calculated risk. They lost kitchen dining, but remember, by how much of a fraction? Okay, we saw Sparkins be able to get aggressive, get the kill onto Milo, who was going for that blind. Didn't go into meeting because obviously didn't know it was clear, even though that was the right play. In VOD review, you'll be kicking yourself, but you don't know at the time, which is fair enough. Now though, Paragon. They lost a lot of players on that push. They neglected quite a few key areas where PG Tips could be playing, and in doing so, they put pressure in the wrong places at the wrong time, like that white stairs, when they could have pushed through, held the vertical angles, cover that post plant, stop Sparkins from getting aggressive. If Paragon are to win this, then it's because they've made those adaptations, something they've struggled with quite a bit. They've looked at what went wrong in their gameplay, and they've changed it. But PG Tips, if they win it, it's because they hold a good defense. This is the site that, honestly, in my opinion, defines how everything's going to play out. Now, Rep has 3 ADSs and wants to play in this big tower again. But, honestly, if Paragon read into it, they put a player on each side of those rafters windows, and 1 north, 1 south, with Dilly and Taps, and, well, like I said, Rep is as good as dead. Those ADSs, they're not going to be useful on site anymore because they're dead. They're in the big tower. That's as dead as it can be, as Rep will be once this big tower is cleared out.
Notably, Texrolo is inside of Garage, so when Dilly is positioned on that south T3 window, Texrolo could go for the peak, and yes, he does. He trades out Rep, so Dilly gets the frag, but this time it's a traded frag. Rep doesn't waste as much time as he did in the previous dining defense, but they go 1-for-1 trade. That's huge. They get the Maverick off the board. And why was Maverick so important in the last attack? He opened up the swamp pool into kids, so Frenzy had to drop. This time, Milo's going to have to open up that wall, but unfortunately there's no denial. Texrolo's done a marathon round from Garage all the way to Small Tower, and if there's a camera position outside, he could go for an aggressive jump out onto Bailey, who's positioned on Big Window. There may be an air jab to stop the jump out. I think Texrolo, he's just waiting for the call for one of his teammates when Bailey's positioned in an exposed place outside of the window.
Yeah, and I think Textrolo staying alive as long as possible, that's the key name of the game here. Even when this execute takes place and there's nobody in Kids, you run over, you give away the information that you're crossing over to Kids Storms, but at that point, Paragon, they're pushing onto site. They need that vertical control, and in the last 30 seconds, well, if they don't have it, they're going to suffer, but the air jab can come up huge. The information will be given, Textrolo knows, but does Textrolo strike? That's my big question. Frenzy still holding this Kids Dorms, doing an incredible job, dropping with a minute left on the clock. Sparkins is on that bottom floor. Textrolo will run out, get a kill, but Kaz is there for the refrag. But 3 versus 3 take into time. That's the 3 versus 4 in favor of the defenders. Paragon, they need to start ramping things up. They're only just getting the vertical play. And, well, PG Tips know exactly what's going on. They know exactly where to look. That's directly above. There's no push coming out just yet. Milo has to try and push down to get that diffuser. And Taps is going to find the first kill onto Sparkings. But is it enough? 30 seconds, Kenny.
Yes, there's still a C4 in the hand of Instinct. And notably, there's still denial on the meeting wall. But that C4 or Taps removes the mute jammer. This Selma charges rain out, but Frenzy is positioned on the fridge. Taps goes for a kitchen drop and gets punished for it. The players are going to have to push deep, but it's into a 1 versus 1 as Kaz gets a trade onto the player. But Frenzy with a 3k at the end of the round. Another 3k with the MP5. And boy, 12 rounds are needed, potentially even overtime, to separate these two teams.
Why are you sprinting, Kaz? Not then, not then. You're in distance of the gunfight. You're just seeing Frenzy wanting to take these one-on-one engagements, is able to pick off Milo, is looking for more, and you're just feeding them by sprinting. You could have won that with a simple pre-fire. However, PG Tips, well, you just cannot say no to them. You cannot keep talent down for long. They're able to keep in this fight and push it to 6-5, Kenny. This is where PG Tips are really seeing this momentum shift and going onto the bottom floor. This is the first defensive round that they won, actually, if you'll remember. So going here, this is where it all began for PG Tips. That was the round to win for Paragon. PG Tips, I'm going to say it, I expect to see overtime.
I have to agree with you. The attack that we saw Paragon exhibit for their attack on the basement was a west side clear. PG Tips have obviously gone back and watched Paragon's games. They love a frontside take, a freezer laundry take. And something that's really influential in that take has been a Capital. But Paragon aren't bringing that Capital. They've got the 4 nades to be able to clear out that freezer area. And that's probably a good choice. The Capital bolt doesn't ensure a kill on the freezer player, but a frag grenade does. PG Tips not setting themselves up in that kitchen security area to stem off a west side take this time. They're in my opinion, they're wise to it. They know that Paragon aren't going to go for this front take again. And I think as we see the Paragon members spawn out the construction side, yes, it will be a typical bunker take. 12th round, McCready. Let's get it started.
Yeah, exactly. Now, PG Tips, they have got that roam presence in the form of Frenzy, who's been just really stepping up in an incredible way for the PG Tips side. Now, that E-box is soft, and that hatch is open because we're having this roaming aggression coming out. Rep does have those sightlines that are going to be very one-way. Will call away the information that Paragon are pushing in, but Taps is going to win the gunfight onto Rep. Suddenly, they're going to explode onto site, start taking Pillar's control. Taps is going to find another kill in a 5 versus 3. Things are starting to ramp up. Elbow's going to be open. PG Tips, they want to get a flank on Big Tower, but that's being droned out. They also want to put that pressure with that C4, which will get shot out. Now what they want to do is get the kill with Frenzy. That's going to be one. Dilly will need to look for the refrag, but still holding a power position, can flip between the stairs and the hatch. Holding that freezer now is to all that Textrolo can do. You can pick your engagements onto default or onto elbow. Take your pick. Bailey will take some damage from that hatch. Frenzy very carefully deciding when to take the fight. That's the big play. The impact nade will go off, but will just miss a little bit, deciding not to get that E-box open and give the attackers a line of sight, rotating back now. A 3 versus 4. Half the round is gone. Pillar's control and elbow in favor of the attackers. This is a great position to be in. They have control of sight if they decide to exert it. And Textrolo will try and go for the plant. Now you have that elbow cover, you can go for that off plant, but Frenzy's able to find another. Textrolo will be down to Bailey, finds a kill at the Sparkings. It's a 2 versus 2 while Milo's on that plant at the moment. And the plant goes down, Kenny. And Frenzy's able to catch one, looks for the second one, but there's a player on Pillars. And that's gonna be it at Paragon. Complete the redemption arc, they stick to the script, and they will win 2-1.
Wow, wow, wow. Paragon finally with not a 6-3 choke. They closed out the map 7-5 and they set themselves up a date on Tuesday against Skittle.jpg, the last season's runners-up. It's a tall order. They've just overcome PG Tips in this best of 3. Welcome back, Two Doors. What an Oregon matchup. We saw pretty much everything. Close rounds, timer ticking down. We saw individual plays. We saw great strategies. It was Paragon that took the win.
I believe I was muted for a hot second. I'm going to continue doing this until my final days as well. But indeed, that map basically had it all. And as much as I hate to admit it, Oregon, I basically have like a fiery hatred for this map, but time and time again, it is able to provide us some of the most nail-biting matchups, as I'm pretty sure that both of you guys can agree that when it came down to the wire, every single one of us were at the edge of our seats. It started off absolutely bombastically with that 1v1 scenario to get the ball rolling for PG Tips during that top floor attack, but still, regardless as to how great PG Tips had actually started, it still took all 12 rounds of regulation to determine our victor or to potentially have thrown us all the way to overtime. That match had it all, and Paragon, McCready, well, they took it all.
Yeah, they definitely came up big. They've shown us exactly where the key issues were that they had worked upon. Because, like I said going into this, I favored them winning CAF and losing Consular and Oregon, based on the fact that that's where I'd seen them struggle. But no, the way that they played the game against PG Tips was just incredibly well done. On Consulate, they were able to lock down a lot of the momentum that PG Tips ran off of on CAF Dostoevsky. Yeah. They nailed down a lot of the timing issues as well, which is a key thing for them. So I think it was a case of getting warmed up, because we didn't see it on as much on Oregon as well. We did see it a few times. For example, the last time we saw them on Kitchen Dining, well, they were just pushing through the last couple of seconds, or both times on Kitchen Dining, actually. But Paragon, they really came up huge. PG Tips, they gave an incredible game as well, because even though they only won CAF Dostoevsky, that was such a strong game, and a lot of that translated as soon as they started winning a couple of rounds on the other maps.
Definitely so, and I've got to say that if it weren't for Frenzy playing on the Malusi and showing up as big as he did, then I'm pretty sure this matchup would have, or specifically Oregon, would have ended up, or it would have ended off much earlier than we anticipated. Frenzy, he did his darnest to pull out all the stops. Winning that 1v3 clutch in round number 10 was absolutely galactic, doing his darnest to keep the dream alive for PG Tips, but unfortunately enough, when it came to that last 12th round of regulation, Kenny, lightning unfortunately didn't strike twice. We have to give Frenzy the credit that he truly does deserve, because if it weren't for him, as I said, Paragon would have closed off this attacking half and would have closed off this entire series much earlier than it did.
Yeah, Frenzy on the Malusi just showed up huge, especially on Oregon. He had so many rounds on his back, multi-kill rounds, were just all over the place.
Yeah.
That final 12th round, it wasn't the C4 inside of the Malusi. She had impact. But the C4 on Sparkins was round changing. The breach on Elbow gets open. He tosses a C4 out. If Milo on the ace does not shoot that C4, Sparkins gets 2 kills. There's a player on drone, that was the Jackal on drone in the Elbow corridor, and Milo is right next to that C4 as well. Both of those die if that C4 gets detonated, and I think we see overtime if that C4 goes off. Unfortunately, that wasn't it.
Unfortunately, it wasn't it, and I'm going to have to bring this up. This is something that Whippet usually loves to tout when he's talking about Rainbow Six Siege, that this is a video game where basically the headline statement is death by 1,000 paper cuts. And we didn't necessarily see 1,000 of them on the side of PG Tips, but we saw enough to actually have solidified that dub for Paragon. And it was just so unfortunate because both of these two squads, they gave it their all. They're truly truly a group of some of the best contestants that we have here at ECS, and they both would have technically deserved a spot in that third stage of the playoff season. But unfortunately enough, McCready, well, the cutthroat nature of double elimination technically does mean that unfortunately one of these two squads had to be sent home, and that was PG Tips. But still, a massive congratulations for Paragon. And Kenny, as you stated, they will be going up against last season's runner-ups. That is going to be Skittle.jpg, and my oh my, that is going to be one hell of a matchup when it does come around sooner rather than later, Creedy.
Yeah, it really is. I'm looking forward to watching it myself when we do get around to seeing it, because realistically, the fight that we've just seen coming out from Paragon, the adversity that they've shown, the improvements they've made within 2 days of playing a map and having those VODs exposed to the other teams and saying, okay, we need to make improvements, where do we do that? I think moving forward, they're only going to get stronger. Skills.jpg, no offense, Kenny, have a lot of competition moving forward, and they are going to at least provide a good game regardless of the outcome, as they have today as well. But I want to talk a little bit about that death of 1,000 paper cuts. I think I'm going to say death with about 24 bread knives, maybe.
Butter
Does that sound
knives?
better?
Okay.
No, bread knives, like
Actual
actual
bread
cutting
knives.
capable. Yeah, because when we saw Paragon making these plays and getting cuts, cutting right into the meat of the round and getting these power positions and power kills, well, that was when rounds are starting to be won. It was key things like that rather than just all the little things topping up, because both teams were so evenly matched. Like when when Kenny was talking about that C4, if that went off, we probably would have had overtime. Well, shooting it, that's another cut with the bread knife. Taking control and getting that opening kill from Taps, finding a second one, that's another slash the bread knife. And I think that reflects how the game went on all 3 maps.
No, I've definitely got to agree with you on that one. Obviously, there were a lot of really standout moments that had the potential to make or break a couple of rounds. And unfortunately enough, if you're in the shoes of PG Tips, then it was leaning towards the side of actually breaking a lot of your rounds, and that is something that the scoreline does show as well. But enough about that particular matchup. There is still so much more action to look forward ahead of us on Monday. That is tomorrow evening. We've got Arctic going up against the Last Resort. This is Arctic's debut matchup in the Stage 3 of the playoff series, and they have got a really tall task ahead of themselves, and the exact same thing can be said for Skittle.jpg. It's their first matchup in quite some time, and having to go up against Paragon is going to be one cracker of a matchup. So that is the schedule for the next 2 days right here at ECS Rainbow Six Siege, and we are getting so darn close to crowning our grand finalists as well. But before we do actually sign off, since we are nearing the end of the broadcast, I'm going to start off with you, Kenny. Do you have any final thoughts you'd like to share with the viewers with Twitch chat before we do close things up?
I'd just like to say thank you to everyone watching and everyone participating. I think, undoubtedly, in my opinion, this is the best playoffs that we have had under any banner. Under RCS starting off, under EEG, and now under ECS. I think that we have had phenomenal games throughout Stage 1, Stage 2, and I think that Stage 3 has a lot to live up to. We have Arctic, Skittle, Last Resort, Paragon, Lions Creed, and Jaegers. 6 incredible teams, and if we've already seen what these teams can do, they now have to bring it against the best of Major. And Paragon and Last Resort, they sure are up to the task.
Indeed, they are. They are the last two standing teams from the Contenders division, and this is a bit of an oddity because in the past couple of seasons we would usually see at least one team from the Open division just power their way through the entire playoff stages and actually make it to the grand finals. It was Shreks and Hobbits last year, and the year before, or the season before that, I should say, it was Arctic. But now it's so much tighter altogether. We don't necessarily have any particular Titan killer slash giant killers besides Paragon, who were able to take down the Academy roster of Makers thus far. But now it's down to these last 6 teams. 4 from Major and 2 from Contenders, and only 1 can walk away with that juicy prize pool. But McCready, final thoughts from you, because I don't want to skip out on you either.
I'm gonna say bread knife.
Bread knife.
Maybe
Solid.
Bazinga. A little hint to some of the production staff games that are coming up. But most importantly, I think it's been one of the best seasons I've casted in recent memory. I'm very excited for ECS to have brought me on for this season because it's been a real showstopper. I'm looking forward to doing quite a few more, and I'm appreciative of yourself and the production staff behind the scenes also for making this such a really good game.
Indeed, and also speaking of the production staff, we do also have a little bit of special content planned for you guys. For the first time, we are actually going to be preparing an actual proper broadcast for our seasonal staff matches. Now, the last couple of staff matches we had, sure, they were fun, and they had some relatively sketchy and just piss poor production values, but that is going to change this season because we have been planning this for the last couple of months. On the 3rd of April, we will have the entire production squad of like 30-ish members divided into, how many teams do we have participating? 6, if I'm not mistaken. 4 teams, actually.
Yeah, 4.
I thought we had enough for 6, but no, okay.
You're too
4
busy
teams.
being my cheerleader, it's fine.
No, I'm not too busy being a cheerleader. No, I've been preparing for a while. It's just behind the scenes. I've been keeping on the down low. I'm going to be cheerleading for the staff match event. It's going to be fun. But what's actually going to be more fun is the entire event itself. We're going to have 4 production teams take place in 2 semifinal matchups as well as 1 grand final matchup, and there is absolutely no prize pool whatsoever except for allowing the winners to keep their incredibly fragile egos intact. But with that being said, on that bombshell, we'd like to thank you guys so much for tuning in. There's so much more action to come that is over the horizon, and it's definitely something you do not want to miss out on. Tomorrow evening, we have got TLR that are going to be going up against Arctic on 7:30 p.m. CET, as well as on Tuesday, the exact same time, 7:30 p.m. CET. We've got Skittle.jpg going up against Paragon, your victors this evening, and then we have got basically a match each and every single day for the remainder of the week until we close off the first official season under the banner of ECS. From the bottom of all our hearts, we'd like to thank you guys so much for tuning into this particular lower bracket final, and we can't wait to see you guys tomorrow evening when the real action starts up. For the time being, once again, thank you so much for tuning in, and we will catch you guys on the flip side. Take care.